Good evening, everybody. We're live. Owen, can you hear me there?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Bit of feedback there, Aidan.
Yeah, how's it now? All okay?
I think we're still feeding back, are we?
Oh gosh, everything was okay. Give us a moment. We'll figure it out. Do you hear me now? Good. Okay. Can you just unmute your mic and we should be good to go?
Still feeding back, Aidan.
Is it still feeding back now? No way. Oh, what a shame. Oh, why don't I try bring you and John and Elaine on just to see what you're doing?
See if that breaks it. You're muted there, Aidan. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, there you go. You have John McGurk there. I don't know what's happening here.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
John, we can, but back in. Aidan is furious to fix it. Poor man who's been doing great work.
Okay. I'm going to put it back into a timer until we have for a few minutes.
Hi.
Hi guys.
Hi, I think we're looking good. Okay. Welcome everybody, first of all. Hopefully now there'll be no tech glitches. I hear myself back. Oh my gosh.
We can't hear you back, Owen, if you just want to put up with it, I suppose.
Well, then I will. If actually, it's quite bad because I hear myself and I hear you back and I hear him and you all come in. Let's give
Owen,
it a
Owen, if you have a set of headphones lying around the place, I imagine they'd fix the problem immediately.
Okay, how's that? Okay, I think I'm good. No. Okay, anyway, let's just jump in. John, lovely to have you on. I really appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, now there's somebody playing music in my ears, Owen, so I can't hear you.
Aidan, can you? Aidan, I think jumping out and jumping in again. I think he's afraid he's the issue.
Yeah, the audio quality in my headphones has gone to hell in the last minute, and somebody's playing music, so the music has now stopped.
Okay. Disaster. Oh, brilliant, of course. Anyway, let's get cracking. John, another election's in the books.
Yeah.
I think every time we end up saying that this election is the most important of our lifetime, but this one did feel different.
I'm sorry, Owen, can you repeat the end of that question? Your audio quality is very poor, on my end at least. I got these elections are important. What was the end of the question?
We like to say that every election that this is the most important one, but this one did feel different.
Yeah, but it may have felt different, but I think it felt different probably for people who are listening to this space. I don't think in the great scheme of things, these will go down in history as being particularly important elections. They're the local and European elections before a general election that is going to happen in somewhere between 4 and 9, 10 months, which will obviously be a much more important election. The thing about these elections is I think they are important as kind of they are either going to be the kind of the tremor that precedes the earthquake, or there's going to be no warning of any earthquake to come. I think that's what they are, really. That's how they should be seen. We have an unprecedented number of candidates running both in the European elections and the local elections. A large part of that is, I think, because an awful lot of people sniffed a political opportunity in these local elections to maybe take advantage of a moment that they felt had happened in the referenda or a general trend in Irish politics in recent years. But I think, and I don't say any of this to be pessimistic, because I think that a lot of people listening to this space probably consider themselves part of like a populist movement or a nationalist movement or whatever, which is still quite young. And if you're going to make mistakes in an election, this is probably the election in which to make them, because it's not as important as a general election in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know if you were expecting a different answer. I think a lot of people like to say before an election that it's the most important election ever, but I don't actually think it is. I think what it is a really interesting sort of forerunner of the general election campaign to come. And I think that there are going to be an awful lot of parties and candidates with an awful lot of lessons to learn come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think the interesting thing for me to watch will be across the 3 European constituencies in particular, where there are, I'm not going to say in which order I voted for candidates, but anyone who read the Gript editorial the other day will know that my first 10 or 11 candidates on my ballot paper were all either independents or people from smaller or newer parties that are trying to break the political consensus. But it is an absolute act of political insanity that I had 11 options to choose from there. An absolute act of political insanity. There's no other way to describe it. The fact that I had 11 options to choose from instead of 1 or 2 is the single biggest reason why these elections are very unlikely to produce anything approaching a political earthquake. And the same is true, by and large, of the other 2 European constituencies. So I think they are important in some senses to act as a kind of a primary election. They should be seen as a primary election in the way that the United States has primary elections. And I think afterwards, and obviously I'm a journalist, I'm not involved in any political movement, but I think a lot of my readers would associate with the populist nationalist movement. I think if those people have any common sense, in the next couple of weeks, there'll be a serious post-mortem. And there will be a serious conversation about these people, about why it is they've got 4 or 5 political parties running the same message. Because if you go into a general election like that, you're going to fall flat on your face. So that's my take on the local and European election campaign. We can discuss what's going to happen. I do think that there are going to be some results that will surprise and upset the political establishment in individual places. But overall, I think these elections, I think it would be wrong to overstate their kind of seismicness, for want of a better term.
So, I mean, this idea of splitting the vote, this is a genuine concern.
Well, it should be. It should be for people of that political perspective. As I say, I write about this. I'm not endorsing any particular political perspective. I'm sympathetic to that particular political perspective, as people who read my work know. But yeah, I think it's. I think it's you know. I asked. I remember interviewing Derek Blythe a couple of weeks ago during the campaign, and I went through the. And I'm not singling him out, and I think he may well do a lot better than a lot of other candidates in the count to come. But I went through the manifesto for the Irish Freedom Party and Ireland First, and I'd encourage anyone listening to this chat to go and actually look at the policy sections of both parties' websites. They're identical. They're functionally identical. So it doesn't make any sense to me that you've got two political parties running on the exact same manifesto in the election. It doesn't make any sense to me that there are about three others who are 95% the same, and then a range of independents running in the election with broadly the same platform. I interviewed, I don't know how many candidates in Ireland South during the election. I asked them all the same question, which is which European political group will you join if you happen to be successful in the election campaign? Every single one of them, I think, bar Michael McNamara, said the European Conservatives and Reformists or Identity and Democracy, or some amalgamation of those two groups. That is by definition, you're all running on the same manifesto. You're all running to do the same thing, which all you're doing is splitting the vote so many ways that not one single one of you has a hope. And I think that, frankly, is a disservice to the voters. I think there are an awful lot of voters out there who really wanted to vote for an alternative and get behind something and send a strong message to the electorate. And I think the populist/nationalist movement has an awful lot to answer for in the fact that they didn't really get that choice to unite behind one candidate. So I don't think there's often a tendency at the end of election campaigns that happens where people sit around and pat themselves on the back and say, yeah, we did a great job and we gave it our all and fair play, lads. No, after an election campaign, when the dust has settled, that's the time to ask yourself really hard questions. And I think the particular movement in question has really hard questions to ask of itself about how this came to happen. That's my opinion on the elections.
John, if you don't mind just exploring that a little more, do you think... Well, it'll depend. Obviously, you're going to wait to see the results, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You're a pretty analytical guy, obviously. But just is your gut instinct right now that the best chance for these populist parties going forward would be to amalgamate?
I think there certainly needs to be a discussion in that direction. If you look at Midlands Northwest, the most recent opinion poll, and obviously opinion polls can be wrong, and you take away the two strongest candidates running on the sort of immigration issue. And the two strongest candidates running on the immigration issue, according to the polls, were Kieran Mullooly, who wasn't really running on it at all, and Peadar Tabine. We just take those and put them to one side, and you go through the rest of them. You go through Herman Kelly of the Irish Freedom Party, you go through John Waters, you go through James Reynolds of the National Party, and you add up all their percentages. You got something like 14 or 15% of the vote. Now, if that was one candidate, that candidate would have been topping the poll and almost guaranteed to take a seat if all those votes, and not necessarily they all would have come together, but Peter Casey's in that group. There, we could list off a whole bunch of them, but instead there's a poll-topping figure which is being split 10 ways. There will be transfer leakage, so not all those votes will go to. They won't pile them up over the counts. That's really not something that ever happens. It's just split far too many ways. So it's unquestionable that you will be much stronger with one or a maximum two identified candidates in each constituency. And that is also going to be the case in the Dáil election. If you go into a Dáil election, winnable constituencies with 5 candidates running on the same platform, you might as well quit. Everyone's wasting their time. Everyone's wasting their money. Everyone's wasting their energy and their posters and their tweets. I mean, at some point, you have to decide whether you actually want to challenge for power or whether you just want to be a movement that sits around and caters to different Twitter personalities. And I sometimes, I'm sorry if this sounds harsh, but I think harsh truths have to be spoken. Especially, there are no votes on the line now, unless somebody's listening to this and decides in the next 45 minutes that they're going to go vote for Fianna Fáil. I doubt it. But I think there are times at the end of an election where you have to. I mean, that's my honest analysis, and I feel freer, kind of in a way, to say it once the polls are closed. I tried to hint at it in my writing in the lead up to this, but when an election campaign is on, people often are much less willing to hear, and maybe they're still unwilling to hear it, but people are much less willing to hear messages sometimes when there's an election on and candidates, in fairness, are out there giving it their all. But yeah, that's my takeaway from the elections, that it was an absolute, that it's from on that corner of the electorate, it was a mess, and people need to take ownership of that and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, I would fully agree with you that this, it's a nice way of putting it, that this was the primary. That there's going to have to be, obviously, come early next week when the results are in there, you're going to have to analyse what went right, what went wrong, and your goal ultimately has to be the general coming up in a couple of months, and that's what it all has to be moving towards. John, I'm going to ask you about some of your highs and lows from the election in a minute, but we have Elaine here. I think, Elaine, you're looking good. You're back with us. I look at you, Elaine, and your party as one of the great success stories of this election cycle. You guys came out of, I mean, you're a very new party, and you've forced your way into the headlines. You've had the likes of Niall Boylan, superstar breakout. Can you talk us through just what went into setting up this party and getting to this point?
Yeah, thanks, Owen. So what went into setting up was I met with, well, first of all, the idea came from the last couple of years, the fact that governments just were not listening to anybody. I wrote about, to my various CDs over the couple of years about different issues. I didn't even respond. So it became very clear very quickly to me that the government had put themselves off from the people who were supposed to be representing. Then I suppose the icing on the cake was I have we have two daughters, 19 and 20, and a year ago I looked out the back of my house and I just asked my husband, where does he think we would fit two log cabins out the back at some point in the future for our daughters to live there? And then it dawned on me that the way the country's going, that it's up to people like me and others to try and see if there's a way to fix this or stop what's happening. So, long story short, went to a meeting. I bumped into a colleague, Mark, and he and I just hit it off straight away in relation to how we thought we could set up a new party, how we thought we could fix the country, for want of a better expression. We approached Michael Collins, TD in Cork. He accepted our offer to come on board, and then we met with Richard O'Donoghue, TD in Limerick. He joined forces, and then we registered the party last December. And Michael Fitzmaurice joined the team in January, February. But on the 18th of February, operations actually started to recruit candidates for the local elections and the MEPs. A serious amount of work, serious amount of driving around the country, meeting people. Probably spoke to at least 400 or 500 people, and we have 58. I have 58 candidates from today in the local elections, and 3 MEPs in each of the constituencies. For us, it's a huge feat, and we're absolutely delighted. And I would just personally like to thank every single person who put themselves forward for Independent Ireland. It's quite. I'm very proud of each and every one of them. I'm also very proud of the TDs who stepped in behind us, and as I said, Mark, who joined forces to make this happen. So it's a very memorable day. It's our first election, and onwards and upwards. Hopefully, on that's the plan. That's the plan.
Amazing that these big names are only coming in like at the start of the year here, to be able to get the party structure, because that's what John was talking about there, is that you're looking at a splitting of the vote. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's several individuals competing head to head, and they're probably not doing themselves any favors. But I've always voted independent. I've always gone independent, but one of my big problems always growing up was that, like, I was aware that voting independent can do a lot at the local level, maybe, but at the national level, and by the time they get to the Dáil, it's so fragmented. This, to me, is one of the biggest changes in politics in my lifetime in Ireland, is this idea of pulling together independents to pull in the same direction at the national level, at the EU level, and now as well at local level. Mm-hmm. So that is quite a breakthrough. Can I ask you?
Yes.
I'm going just to put you on the spot a little bit. What's a good result for Independent Ireland this weekend?
Well, you know what I'm going to say.
Go on.
8 PDs and 58 county councillors, of course. I am extremely optimistic. Coming into this, I would have, we were always hopeful that we might get one MEP over the it's looking extremely likely. We genuinely have a chance of three, in my opinion. While one might seem to be a little bit lagging, he's really come on in the last. So, look, I am genuinely optimistic, and in relation to the county councillors, I really couldn't call it. Every single person that put themselves forward, in my opinion, is a winner, and I know that doesn't, doesn't manifest itself into taking seats, and I understand that, but each and every one of them have indicated that no matter how this goes, they're going to go again. They're going to stick with the party. They believe that what we are doing is for the betterment of the country. Don't forget, we're not about career politicians. We're about people who want change. We're about people who see common sense as the way forward, who are looking at everything completely differently than the way the existing politicians seem to be looking at it.
Elaine, sorry, I just seen there too that the sound's a bit sketchy. Is there any way we could get maybe closer to the
I
router?
did try the phone. Is that
There
better?
you go. That's better. That's better, Elaine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you on the mobile or desktop now, Elaine?
I had to switch to desktop because I kept losing you on the phone.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Okay. If someone listening could give us a signal again, if Elaine's sound is better, it would be great, because some of the audience give the heads up on the sound. So I'm watching the comments, and
Sorry.
hopefully let's have a look and see what they're saying.
Well, I'll drive on anyway, Elaine.
Good.
I'll ask you one more before I go back to John there, because I want to hear some of John's positives as well here. And I would imagine that, the emergence of independent Ireland will be, I won't put words in John's mouth, but I would imagine for many looking in, that's got to be one of the breakthroughs. What's success for independent Ireland now going into the general election? What kind of, after the election results roll out now, it starts next week, what will you be sitting down and talking about? How are you going to go forward?
So we've a serious amount of talking next week, Owen, because there's a lot of our councillors. Obviously, the results are going to tell everything, but there's a lot of our councillors who would have aspirations to go on and run in the generals, and they would be very strong contenders, even as it is. We have 12 sitting county councillors going forward, so not all of them, but most of them have indicated their interest. And then obviously people who are new-time candidates, first-time candidates, they've also indicated that they would have an intention of moving forward, but they're going to wait and see how they poll first before they make any decision. And we're also going to be we are going to start instantly recruiting for the general elections. I reckon there's going to be a general election called late October, maybe mid-November, depending again how this goes at the weekend. But just if there's an election called in October, November, then we have 3 solid months to try and get really good, strong candidates prepared for those elections, and that's our aim.
On the tail end of that there, Elaine, I have to say one of your recruiting strategy has been very interesting here in the EU elections. You've kind of walked a very interesting line between well-known characters, and also not establishment characters. Could you give us a bit of a I think that's going to really help you to recruiting. You've established a very strong brand already, but how difficult is that from you in your role there, kind of trying to pick what kind of people would fit the independent Ireland mindset?
Well, I suppose the first thing is we would have a set of priorities. We don't have a party whip system, but we do have priorities, and they're not too strict, but they're quite broad. But they're a lot of common sense, and there's a lot of stuff in there that people can relate to. So, the main thing would have been, I have personally spoken to every single candidate who's running. I've met every single candidate who's running, so they would obviously have had some kind of report myself, and obviously Mark as well, and the TDs at some point. So the criteria, there is no qualification to becoming a politician in this country, and I would say probably our best candidates are going to be the candidates who initially told me, I don't want to be a politician. I'm just fed up with the way this country's been run. When I heard that, I knew they were the ones that were probably going to be the best for the party, because it takes a serious amount of not necessarily courage, obviously, but to put yourself to actually contact a party and say, I want to run for you. I really don't want to run as a politician, but I have to do something. My children, my grandchildren, future generations, I have to do something I will never, and for the rest of my life, I regret not doing it. That's how a lot of them come in, believe it or not. And obviously, there's ones who, who have aspirations to be political, and they will be very strong politically minded. But they also have the attributes that we would want, in that they want change, they want common sense policies, they want, and common sense is thrown around. I understand it's a word, our praise is thrown out, even here, established parties using it all of the time now in everything that they're saying. Um, but like that's the foundation of our party, is that everything has to make sense. If you're bringing in green policy and we don't have, we've no structure, infrastructure in place to make it easier for people to transition from whatever they're using to something else, what's the point? It's only going to cripple them, So I'm not sure if that explains it well enough, but
No, right. I absolutely, I agree fully. That it's funny already. I think your brand is so strong that one of the things I think of when I think of Independent Ireland is common sense. I think you've actually you've come to identify with it in a not in a small C or an overdone kind of a way. Elaine, I'm going to come back to you in a minute, and I'd love to hear about your personal experience today at the polls, and if you heard back from any of your candidates or what the buzz is there that's coming back to you. But John, could I bring you in there again? And I would like to hear from you just maybe some of the highs and lows of this campaign. What you've told us now some of your concerns, but what are the positives?
Well, I think the positives are actually related to the concerns I laid out. So one of the positives about this campaign is that some people I think have really separated themselves from the pack across the board as being actually good at this politics business. So one of my highlights of the campaign came very early on in the campaign. It was delivered by Gavin Pepper in Dublin. Now, Gavin Pepper is somebody, and I'll say this openly, he's really, I wouldn't agree with him on everything. He'd be a bit radical for my tastes in some areas, and I would have thought I wouldn't have thought he'd be a very strong candidate. But then he did this thing outside the forecourts when I can't even remember the crime. I think it was some paedophile got a suspended sentence, and Gavin Pepper sort of chased the guy out of the court with the sign up, kind of going, "Judge Martin Nolan resign." And he did a piece to camera where he just talked about what Martin Nolan was doing. I thought that's one of the best bits of political messaging I've seen from a candidate on the populist right. And he, by all accounts, is somebody who has combined that with a solid ground game and working hard on actually stuff that people care about in local areas like playgrounds and crime and housing and all those issues. And I think you have to look at the emergence of people who might actually have genuine political talent, and that is something to be sort of, that's the benefit of running dozens and dozens and dozens of candidates, is that every now and again you're going to find one who's I think, in fairness to Elaine, I think Niall Boylan has been a revelation on the campaign trail. I think his messaging has been spot on. I also think Eddie Punch has been very, very strong, although I'm not as optimistic.
It seemed like Elaine, are we right to say he came in a bit late, but he's made an impact, John?
Well, yeah, I was just going. All I would say about Eddie is that with the way that constituency is breaking out, I wouldn't be as confident about his chances as Elaine seems to be. But then if Elaine's not confident about his chances, I mean, all hope is lost.
She wouldn't be doing her job.
Exactly. So I mean, I think there are real
but he did make a good impact, John. Like
he did an interview with Ben Scallon on Grip the other day about climate change and the curriculum in schools. That was one of the best and simplest bits of political messaging I've seen from a candidate in a long, long time. So I think that is the positive. There have been high moments. There have been moments when, and I mean, I think the other thing that's been really interesting to me is the slow erosion in the power of RTE. I think this is. I wrote a piece the other day, which I don't think I was right, but I think we're getting close to the first post-television election, in that this was the first election. And even talking to people, like normal people, who are kind of like the themes of the campaign, when you were talking to people, all seem to be themes that were not necessarily being reinforced in RTE. That the power of the media to dictate the terms of the election had shrunk a little bit. And I think if you look in the last couple of days at the amount of money the big parties have poured into social media, which is a new record and unprecedented in Ireland, I think that shows as well they recognise the terms of the debate have moved on. So I mean, then you ask me in terms of lows for the campaign. There haven't really been many that I haven't already mentioned, but I think the one I mentioned, I think it's really important to mention. It's not a low as such. It's just something that needs to be discussed. What I would say though is that in terms of the campaign, I really felt like the populists and the people who started the campaign campaigning on immigration just vacated a whole swathe of the electorate to Simon Harris. So Simon Harris was basically allowed to come in, say, we're going to be firm but fair on immigration. He was allowed to hold photo stunts where he went and he took down all the tents along the Grand Canal and, enacted all these new harsh measures in short terms. And there was no adaptation to that. There was just a kind of online, oh, well, he would do that. You can't trust him. But there was no adaptation to the fact
You'd like
that
seeing the Gavin effect respond to that kind of.
He was basically allowed to. I think there's a naivety on our side of the fence about how opinion polls work. So people see an opinion poll shows 70% of people are concerned about immigration, and they think that's good. That's 70% of people. They're no longer going to listen to Fine Gael. Fine Gael has failed in immigration. They're with us. Game over. That's what people sometimes think. But the reality is that within that 70%, there's a big chunk of voters who are concerned about it, but just want to see Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil or the government get some common sense on it. And once that message comes through that we've got the message, we're now acting on this, there's actually a portion of that 70% who go, fine, grand, you're listening to my concerns, I can vote for you now. And I don't think there was enough of a recognition on the sort of populist side of the fence that that's the game that was being played by Fine Gael, that they were actually coming for your clothes and saying, well, we're more moderate and real than you, but we have the same concerns. And I felt that during the campaign, there was an awful lot of focus on Sinn Féin, which may well turn out. Sinn Féin are traitors and all the rest of it. But I thought Fine Gael were just allowed to skate through the campaign with hardly being challenged at all. In part because of this bun fight for supremacy on the right that just allowed Simon Harris to come in and grab a whole bunch of political space. That was a negative in the campaign for me, and it showed. And I mean, I understand why it happened. I mean, I think that if Niall Boylan wins in Dublin tomorrow, it will be largely because he took votes from Sinn Féin. But I think there were votes there to be taken from Fine Gael, and instead Fine Gael actually, according to the opinion polls, and we'll see, maybe they won't pan out like this, but according to the opinion polls, they were actually able to grow their vote even in the midst of this particular crisis. So I think there was a missed opportunity there.
You touched on something else very important there, John. You just mentioned RTE. Something from my perspective, and certainly something you see a lot of on social media, was there was a lot of anger at the rules of the debates that around the European debates, how they were picked. I believe the rules were anyone who had over 5% in a previous election was given an invite. But of course, you could say that was easily manipulated. I would be interested to hear your maybe you could give us a little bit of a check mark or a grading on the media behaviour, the national media's behaviour over the election cycle.
Well, I think it was very predictable. And I think one of the things that we can't do is sit here and blame the media. The media did what the media are going to do. You go in, I mean, we set up Gript Media because the media behaves like this. We knew, it's done in every election campaign. There was always going to be every effort, like whatever. And I mean, I'll say this openly: whatever rules it required RTE to write to ensure that certain candidates weren't in that debate, that's how the rules ultimately will have gotten written. And of course, there's a perfect justification for them, because once you decide who the candidates are, you work out the perfect justification afterwards. Like there was no way they were ever going to let Boylan in a debate. I don't think there was a way that even though he's an ex-RTE guy, they were going to let Malooly in the debate. If the populists were represented, they wanted it to be somebody like Peter Casey, who has many strengths, but appearing on television sadly isn't one of them. So they were always going to behave like that. I actually thought, by and large, the print media also behaved as expected, but. I mean, I think one of the success stories of the campaign is that their impact and their ability to set the agenda has been significantly lessened. And there was this recurring theme. I'm going to give you an example of how that's the case. So there's this recurring theme during the election. Every chance the Journal or the Irish Times or the Independent got to run a story about some poor female candidate of a centre-left political party being abused on the doorsteps, they ran it. There must have been 25 of those stories. There must have been 25 of those stories during the campaign, and that's not a coincidence. I'm absolutely certain that there were incidents that were despicable of people behaving badly towards candidates, but that was very clearly a theme that was chosen early in the campaign by certain journalists. We're going to highlight this angry atmosphere that's out there and the threat posed by angry right-wing voters to nice feminist people on the centre left. And I don't think that dog barked in the election. I don't think I don't think that ever became a story outside of media circles, even though there was clearly an effort to make it a story outside of media circles. So I think to some extent there's a bit of yelling into the void going on. I also noticed the journal.ie today doing a story where they were talking about sort of this misinformation about migrants voting. And I kind of felt like that was another example of where this became an issue, and I'll say this, it genuinely became an issue more widespread than sort of the online internet echo chamber, where sometimes these issues percolate and don't go any further. It did become an issue, I think. Certainly on the doorstep, I heard a lot of feedback about it in Killarney once the local newspaper down there reported the number of Ukrainians who were eligible to vote. But there was an effort by the media to kind of shut down any conversation about that and say it's racist. I'm sure this has been decided 20 years ago and you can't talk about it. So I think those are examples of where the media influence has actually waned a little bit. And I also think in terms of the debates, I think that one of the problems for RTE with the debates they held was that they were all, as a result, I didn't watch anything but clips from all of them. But people who watched them told me, people who I trust told me they were all quite boring and snoozy and didn't get a big audience. Primarily because the country is not in the mood for watching a whole bunch of politicians agree about 90% of the issues on stage.
This is the thing. Elaine, actually, I'd love to hear your perspective as well on this. What was your feeling about media fairness or bias now as head of a party there? Of course, you're going to have a perspective on that.
Yeah, well, I would agree with an awful lot of what John said. But, as a party, we felt that all of the regulations were actually designed to stop new people coming in. So it's, if you want to keep the system the way it is, well, then you're just going to protect it as much as you can. So, yeah, so we felt a little bit like, well, it's going to be very difficult. I knew when I saw the guidelines that were sent out by RTE and all the other media sources that we were going to struggle to get any place. So, basically what we did was we reached out to all of the media as quick as possible and asked, can we please meet and can we please see what we can get? Basically with the begging bowl out, because we knew that our candidates deserved a fair crack at the whip. We felt that if we got any exposure at all on media, particularly what's classed as mainstream, like Gript done absolutely phenomenal work in the country over the last few years. Without them, I don't believe that the exposure to a lot of people who, and particularly candidates like ours and others, not just ours, that they wouldn't get the exposure at all. So I think media sources like Gript are putting RTE and all of the others under a serious amount of pressure because they're now seeing the popularity around Gript and other sources who are trying to get the information out to the people. Remember, it's all about balance. It's about debate. It's about questioning, being allowed to question without being called names. That's all people want, and that's not been happening in this country. So, yeah, we were disappointed with the coverage. However, I don't believe it severely affected the campaign to any great extent. I don't believe it has because I've watched the debates, and it's exactly as John said. It got boring after 15 minutes, hearing everybody agreeing on everything except things that didn't actually matter to the people of Ireland. So it didn't really bother us, to be honest. In the end, it didn't. Initially, we were going to lose out, but we didn't.
So Elaine and John there, in a moment we're going to bring in 6 local election European candidates who are there who are sitting nervously at home waiting on results rolling in.
They may all be gunning for me after what I said, so I hope maybe I should escape.
No, I doubt that very much, but I'd love it if you both stuck around here, as long as you feel you can. You've obviously very busy, but I would love to have you kind of here to chip in as well. But John, before we just hand over there and before Aidan brings more people into the room, would you just quickly let the people watching know so that we can all sleep tonight and tomorrow what to expect over the next few days and when should we be realistically looking for reliable exit polls or results?
Yeah, you don't trust anything, really. That you're going to hear a lot of rumors in the morning because boxes are going to be open at 9 a.m. And you're going to start seeing on Twitter, you're going to start tally figures for individual boxes in various parts of the country, probably by 9:45 or 10. You won't be able to trust really anything until at least lunchtime, and even at that stage, there'll only be hints. So the local elections for people like Nick Delahunty, who's coming on in a minute and is running in the local elections, that will all be sorted by tomorrow evening. we'll have a fair idea. But it's very important to remember that the local election vote is not an indicator of what's going to happen in the European election vote for a number of reasons. First of all, in my own local election area, for example, there are only 7 candidates running for 4 seats. And the incumbent, there was not a big challenge to them. So a lot of the in the local elections, the big parties are going to do an awful lot better than the European elections. So if they're having a really bad day in the local elections, it's probably going to get worse for them in the European elections. Bear that in mind. But also don't be disheartened if the results are not showing as massive a swing against a particular political party in the local elections tomorrow, because they're just a different beast. In large swathes of the country, they're practically unopposed, or there simply aren't enough candidates running to take all their seats or anything like that. In terms of the European elections, I mean, all we're going to have tomorrow is basically unverified rumours. So you're going to hear people saying that such and such a candidate is polling really well and topping the polls in a number of boxes. But they will, you're not going to have the full picture. You can't trust numbers like that, because they could come from just one part of the constituency where another party is going a totally different way. So really, the first real sense of how the European elections are definitively going, I think, won't emerge until probably at the earliest sort of lunchtime on Sunday. Counting is going to start there at 9 o'clock in the morning. There may be some tallying, there may not, but lunchtime on Sunday is when we know about the European elections. Most of the local elections will be done by tomorrow evening. But in terms of who actually wins the very last seats in each constituency, I mean, I think at the last European election, one of the counts lasted a full week. So I mean, it could be the end of next week by the time all the transfers are done and the last seat is allocated, and that's assuming there's no recounts, which there might be. So be prepared to drink a lot of wine, walk the dog an awful lot, and if you're gagging for the results, you're going to be gagging for a while, I think, particularly in the European elections.
John, let me. Now I've been way too soft on both of you so far, so I'm going to show my teeth. John, I'm going to put you on the spot. What your predictions? Look in the crystal ball. What non-establishment candidates are going to make it through in the Euros?
Gun to my head, I think that Niall Boylan will be elected. I've just heard too much on the ground and too much. I mean, I heard from a Fianna Fáil person the other day who had no reason to say this to me, that his name was coming up on doors time and time again when they were canvassing as, no, I'm voting for Niall Boylan. That doesn't normally happen to losing campaigns. That's right. So I think he will come through. I think that, and I'm sorry now to upset Elaine, but I think that Peadar Tóibín will win the seat in Midlands Northwest at the expense of Ciarán Malooly. And I think Michael McNamara, if you want to call him anti-establishment, I'm not sure everyone would stick that label on him, will win in Ireland South. Those might seem like very safe predictions, but I think that's also the most likely thing to happen by some distance.
If you look at too that who they'll be pushing out in many cases, the other independents who've been in there now for a few years, I think if it's even a case of, the establishment big three get their numbers in, but new independents replace these old, in my opinion, it's a big upgrade.
Yeah, well, bear in mind that if Tóibín takes a seat in Midlands Northwest, it will most likely come at the direct expense of Fine Gael. And if McNamara takes a seat in Ireland South, it will, again, most likely come at the expense of Fine Gael. There may well, in Ireland South, be a seat there for somebody else as well. But that will come from the left. Either Mick Wallace or Grace O'Sullivan or somebody else, I think.
Is Tóibín playing it smart? Is he running here, going to run the general and hand off the seat later if he gets his seat in the general?
Yeah, well, bear in mind, a lot of people are saying this, but like I'll say this in Peadar Tóibín's defence, and I'm not, I'm not advocating for votes for him because it's too late for that anyway. But I'll say this in his defence, which is that he kind of has gotten shafted here, for being honest. In that, this is something that political parties have been doing for years with European election seats. And MEP seats. And there's no guarantee that if he gets elected as an MEP and then runs for re-election as a TD in Meath East. There's that music again.
Somebody has their mic unmuted.
Yeah, so I'm delighted that the music is making such good background noise for me, though. It's great. If they're listening to that,
Irish. He's so Irish that it's so out of the music.
But the thing is, there's no guarantee in fairness to Peadar Tóibín that he would win his seat in Meath East at the next election. People underestimate how difficult that is. It's Keith Mills is probably going to come along and correct me and tell me I'm wrong and that the boundaries have changed. But I think it's a 3-seater. which is the hardest kind of constituency to take a seat in. He's no guarantee of winning that. So I don't think it's fair to say he's just going to come along and swan back into a Dáil election and hand the seat off to somebody else. He actually has to win that Dáil election first to do that.
Of course.
And he's made his intentions perfectly clear. And I think his view on it is that it's his job to fly the flag and make sure that his party and his point of view is represented in an election and that their arguments are heard. And probably by running, he thinks he's helping local election candidates, come in under his coattails, which may or may not work. But I don't think he's pulled a fast. I don't think he's pulled a fast one per se. I mean,
no. When I say smart, I actually mean smart. It's clever. I think it is clever for a small party. You're not established. If the thing, and two are interesting to me because they don't have that big brand recognition candidates like what Elaine's party have done there, and I think is very interesting is how they brought in characters who are all who have this established identity, whereas Aintu don't have a lot of that. He's their kind of big name guy, and so in a way it is smart. If you have one big name guy, why wouldn't you push him forward into the position and then let somebody else in who can then build their brand, build their recognition in a position? To me, it's smart.
I will say, and I wrote this during the week, so I'm not saying anything new. If there are Aintu people listening and they want to give me a kick for saying it, but I think the problem with Aintu is the extent to which it is a one-man party. And to which Patter to Bean's vote will dramatically exceed the vote of maybe I know Aisling Considine is coming on later on, and I think she's run a great campaign. She's a phenomenal candidate, but I also think Patter, the degree to which he sort of sucks up the oxygen. And I'm not saying he's trying to do that, but I think the party is so closely identified with him that is a weakness that they have to address moving forward. They really need to find a couple more people who are kind of on his tier and on his level to come in. I mean, recruiting a couple more sitting TDs would be a good idea for starters. Maybe it can't be done, but if it could be done, but I think that's a weakness that they have.
Independent Ireland hoover them up.
There's still a fair selection sitting on
that. So one thing there, actually, I saw just John that came up on our screen there. Question from the audience. Thanks everyone who's sending in your messages. By the way, keep them coming. Keep your questions coming. Somebody, and I saw this a lot on social media today. People were saying that nobody was asked for a voter ID. Is this an issue or isn't it not an issue? Many people, so from rural polling booths to urban polling booths, people were saying they weren't asked for ID. I mean, there we go. Mad for it there. There was very little ID checking going on today at polling centres. I personally wasn't asked, nor was a friend of mine I met over there, and two other strangers who exited at a similar time, poor form. I saw a lot of this on social media.
Can I jump in there, Eoin?
Please do, Elaine.
Because I was asked, and I asked what's the criteria, and they said, well, in my polling station, they said every fifth person they're supposed to check. So 1 out of every 5. That's their criteria.
It's a spot check, not a. Yeah. Okay, interesting.
I mean, you have to have something with you. You got to have a polling card, or if you don't have ID, you might have a polling card. And polling cards are, I mean, I'm not saying it's a perfect system because obviously things get delivered to the wrong address or to an old address or whatever. So there is the possibility, if you really want to go to the effort of being fraudulent with a polling card, you probably could. But you have to have something with you. First of all, and second of all, when people talk about rural Ireland, I mean, I vote in a very rural part of the constituency. I mean, the polling clerks are my neighbours. They know my wife and I who we say we are. So in the bigger issue, I think, is kind of in urban Ireland, where that isn't the case, and lots of people live in apartments, and voting cards can be taken out of letterboxes and that sort of stuff. If there was any kind of organised fraud, that's where it would be. I mean, yeah, I thought for a long time we need to do more to check IDs at polling stations. But at the same time, I just don't. I think people are getting too worked up about this at this point in time, to put it gently. I mean, there's simply no evidence or likelihood of any kind of widespread fraud in this election, either at the polling booths or in the count centre. And I think this happens every time there's an election. I went through an election in 2009 in the European elections where people were convinced wrongly that all sorts of shenanigans are happening. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying there will be somebody in the country today who voted 3 times, because there always is. There's always some character who thinks, I registered in 3 places, I'll go and vote in 3 places, and they won't get caught because it's a system that operates on trust. But I think the idea that is widespread or coordinated is just nothing to worry about. At the same time, to eliminate those concerns, I think it's beyond time that ID was an actual requirement to vote, to cast your vote.
That makes sense, obviously. Okay, would you two mind sticking with us? I think we'd love more insight from you as we go along. Aidan, look at that. Aidan's way ahead of us. He's already teed up a lovely selection of individuals for us.
Sure. Owen, if I could drop in for a second, then we can help improve things. Elaine, unfortunately, there's a feedback coming from your microphone.
Do you know what, Aidan? I can hear the music. I can hear your music that played when I come on. I can hear that playing on my
Really?
laptop. Yeah.
Elaine, do you have the YouTube link open?
No.
As a tab, okay. Or the Twitter tab open. That's what messed up my feedback earlier.
Yeah.
I had
I might try come back in. I might leave and come back in on the phone and see is it any different.
Because definitely.
Do, Elaine, you take a break anyway and get yourself a nice drink and come back.
And I'm going to leave this. I'm going to leave the slot here, Elaine, such that when you come in, you come directly in. Okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
Wonderful.
Can I just say I can hear that music as well?
I wanted to make a point about the Europeans just before I jump off, but I will come back, and that is that I actually believe there's going to be, because different to the locals where you're working on the ground, people will vote you back in. I believe we're going to see a huge protest vote. That noise is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what we're hoping for, Elaine.
Oh, brilliant!
Keep pumping that message now while these lads are talking. Keep pumping them up.
So I'm hoping, or predicting rather, that we're going to see a very strong protest vote. How it materialises, I genuinely don't know, because nobody can call. But I do think the parties are going to take a hit. One of the biggest surprises for me on the door when I was out canvassing with our local candidates is how little of a hit Fianna Fáil seem to be taking. People seem to be very forgiving of them more than the other parties. That's so surprising to me, because they're in government jointly and yet they're not taking their fair share of the brunt that I can see. For whatever reason, I don't know, but that's my twopenny worth in relation to the Europeans. So.
Thanks, Elaine. I noticed we're missing Mary, Aidan. Just
yeah,
keep that back to your head.
Maybe if I could just bring everybody up to date with where we're at with all those little things. So Mary has been trying to come in multiple times, and unfortunately, I can tell her Wi-Fi signal is very, very low. Definitely not enough.
The wilds of Kerry.
Yeah, so unfortunately, there you go. In 2024, we still don't have any fibre net down there, and I don't think Mary's going to be able to establish a decent connection with that. And then just for the other speakers, I think it's quite good now. There is no feedback coming from anybody at this point. So what we had is some feedback coming from Elaine's side, unfortunately, but it's stopped now, Elaine. It's okay.
It was music playing in the background, so when my mic was unmuted, you were hearing that music coming through my laptop. That's probably
okay.
Pam, are you okay too now?
I think we should do a quick check with everybody. And Owen, I leave you to welcome everybody there. And apologies for that. This is our first time doing this. There's been 2,332 eyes on here already, folks. Considering we put this together in 24 hours or less. The next time we'll demand a little backstage where we all get on together and just double check everybody's mic. I see Nick Delahante is doing the right thing down there. He's having a glass of wine.
Nick.
And that's the way to go. So go on. I'm going to finish this, and I'm going to leave you to it.
Everybody there, first and foremost, I'd like to say cheers to everybody. Here you are with us at the end of a long, long, hard campaign. You've been fantastic, all of you. We've been following you throughout your campaigns. Well done. It's all over. Enjoy yourselves. And this is to your health.
Good health.
Well done.
Now, if we could quickly run around, because we have a fantastically diverse room here. We'll start with Aisling, and then we'll go to Pam, Nick, Ken, and Martin, just in order there as you appear on the screen. Just because some of our viewers at home will be more and less familiar with some of you, maybe you could just quickly just tell us where you're running, why are you running, and what's your flagship policy. Aisling, why are you running in this election? Oh, Elaine, Aisling, sorry, you're muted. You're muted still. You can click your mic.
I'm mute.
Aha, we have you. We have you.
Oh, great. Well, anyway, as I was saying, well, you wouldn't know, but I just want to say thank you so much for providing this space tonight and for having me on.
Delighted.
So I'm running for Ain 2. I was actually on both ballots today. So I'm running in South West Inner City Dublin for the local elections, and then I'm running for the Dublin constituency for the European elections.
Actually, sorry, I butted in. Please keep going. Sorry.
No, would you want? It was the flagship policy, was it?
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, well, you've all got terrific stories, but actually, I'm right thinking that you came in late as well to the race, the European race, and you made a big splash. So I've been following some of your policies, but I think people will be interested to hear some of your flagship policies.
Okay, well, for the Europeans, what my main policy and what I focused on is something that has been very close to my heart for the last 5 years, and something that I've been active on, and that is tackling gender ideology. And the way I was doing it for the EU elections was to just shine a light on how every piece of legislation that comes through, even stuff that has nothing to do with gender, they'll always find a way to put gender ideology into it. So that would be one of my main, my flagship policy, as you said. And then also I ran on protecting our sovereignty, our farmers and our fishermen. So what I like to say is that any kind of legislation that comes down from the Commission that the Parliament then views, I want to look at it through the lens of how does it affect ordinary everyday people, because I think we're experiencing enough hardship now. And so for example, you'd have stuff like climate targets. That sounds great and sounds noble, and of course we need to reduce CO2 emissions, but what has that meant for ordinary people in Ireland? It's meant the tax on fuel, yet another tax on fuel and another tax on fuel, and the Nature Restoration Act, biodiversity and nature, yes, that's important, but the way they're going about it is to cut into farmers' income in a cost of living crisis where farmers are already facing so much hardship. And you hear of farmers taking their own lives every other week, or at least I do anecdotally, and it's just not on. So with 75% of our laws coming from the EU, what I was running on is that how does it affect ordinary people? And if elected, I'm not going over there to put a feather in my own cap, or because I'm this ambitious politician and I want to eye up, these big jobs in the EU. I'm going over there as, a mother and a teacher and someone who's just had enough of this government, who's constantly asking, where are the adults in the room? Because they're not helping out normal, everyday, ordinary people like us. It's just crisis after crisis, and it's like they've made a mess of everything, and it's hurting us all. So that would be what I ran on in my European campaign.
I'll come back to now. Don't worry, we'll be digging in a little bit on the reactions and everything on the campaign. So we'll just quickly let everybody else to have a introduction. Pam, you're going to get super preferential treatment because you're down in my beloved County Clare. Tell us what got you into what's made you step up, and what are your big policies?
What made me step up was 34 years in the UK and seeing everything that we're now seeing in infancy here. As I said, I was there for 34 years, so I saw that same thing happening over there to the point where I needed to leave and come home. And I came home thinking I would escape from that, and I've come home straight into it. And I'm just watching, and it's like a horrific episode of deja vu happening. Block voting, and
right.
That's what got me into this. That's what spurred me. I was never interested in politics, and I wouldn't have been arrogant enough to run in the UK and consider myself someone who would try to influence the English, and then to come here and find somebody not here a wet week, and we don't even know where in the hell in the world they come from, running in local elections just blew my mind. And so that is that's what spurred me on. My flagship is, well, there's two mainly. One is our tourist industry in Clare. If our tourist industry goes, this county will sink, because that is basically all we've got because the farming has been annihilated. I think we've lost 30% of our beds already to IPAS centres. When I was canvassing, there was parts of some small towns, and it was spot the Irish person. Every single door I knocked on was Ukrainian, 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 Ukrainian. And
it's worth pointing out that North Clare there were running down, the Burren, Cliffs and Moher, this whole the jewel in the crown of Clare tourism.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem with the Cliffs is that that's sort of run by the council, and they will direct day buses directly from Dublin to the Cliffs and back again, and they don't even touch ground in anywhere else in Clare. And this is a big concern of mine. So that's a big concern, and we need to be extending our season, and we need to be promoting other smaller towns. I was in Kilfenora the other day canvassing, and you could have had a football match in the main road that goes through Kilfenora because there was nobody there. Nobody there. It is dead. So that's
Kilfenora Cayley band, some of the most important cultural aspects in Irish. That's it. Just it makes me sad, Pam.
It absolutely breaks my heart. It really, really does. And the other thing is water. County Clare spews endless tons of raw sewage into the sea. Yesterday, Lenihan Beach went on a red flag because of high bacterial counts. Now, we haven't had any rain, which means they can't go blaming the farmers and runoff. So that bacterial count I could trace it to the exact town. That's come from a town that the sewerage system there is it was built back in the 1940s. If there's even the slightest bit of rain, it just spews toilet paper and all the associated things you'd find going down toilets straight into the river and straight out onto Lenihan Beach.
Yeah, but terrific local election policy. Terrific.
Well done. I mean, the others are shouting about it as well. They're going on about highlighting it, and I'm saying highlighting isn't good enough.
That's the establishment party. You don't even need to name them. Highlight. So, that's a great one.
We need to be taking Uisce Éireann on, and if necessary, using other government bodies like the EPA to force Uisce Éireann to push Ennistimon further up the priority list. Just sitting back and saying we've asked them is not good enough for me. And I come from the make people do it group of management styles, and I want to go in there and rattle a few cages.
Smear Dova, who I know well on X, very good character, says, so sad to hear about the destruction of tourism in counties like Clare. Okay, Pam, I'm going to run over here to Nick. Nick, you're another one who has had a heck of an impact on social media, ran a very viral campaign with your viral posters. What got you into it?
Yeah, I suppose I kind of always had it in the back of my mind that I'd like to get into politics. I had, a career of being a corporate solicitor and running a small business. And, when you look around at the inner cabinet or the established politicians, you realize they're all just career politicians or, ex-teachers. And you're like, we have a lack of caliber in our political class. And, I think there's a big failing from the Irish elite class, to get into politics and to get involved in it. And so my thing is I'm going to get involved, and I hope other people will as well. I'm not saying that I'm the best person to get involved, but I think I think we can all hold a match at the very least to everyone in the inner cabinet of senior government. So that was the motivation, and I looked at joining looked at all the parties. I was like, could I join one of these parties? And no, like there's nothing in the current established parties, let's say, call them, that gives any inspiration whatsoever. So I said, feck it, I'll go as an independent. It's a good time to be an independent, and it's an important time. And I, as it was said earlier, these locals are really a primary to a general campaign, especially if you're an independent first time out. I think, Elaine's party, Independent Ireland, everyone has learned so much in this campaign. If you're a boxer, you want to have a few warm up matches before going into the fight that matters. And so I'm happy. I'm very happy with how my campaign has went. If the poll was taken on Twitter, I think I'd get in, but sadly it's not. I think what I've learned is that the ground game is incredibly important, and I definitely could have done better on the ground game. And you need a team for that. You need money. The one thing I noticed that some of the parties, like what they're good at is staying in government. Like they're good at elections. They're really good at organizing.
Yes, the
posters,
grassroots machine. Yeah.
Yeah, they're because they've been doing it for donkey's years, and that was the number one thing for me. Just kind of at times I found myself just watching what they were doing and realizing, oh right, like when they knock on a door, they have someone with a clipboard. They know who the voters are. They've got the register. They know how they might have polled how that the people in that ballot box, that they would have tallied that ballot box and seen how that all. So it's a science, and you have to come to it from that angle. Anyway, but so I'm happy with how my campaign went. It went viral. I have my "Make Crime Illegal" poster here. I didn't think that would be the poster to go viral, but it was.
Thanks for having the wits to bring that on too. Because listen, we're gonna have to talk about "Make Crime Illegal." It's fantastic. It went viral.
Yeah, it went viral. People didn't get it. I have other posters I thought would go more viral. Like I hung a poster above Tent City saying "No more Tent City." I had a poster that said, "Control immigration and opt out." I thought they would really go viral, or "Build, baby, build." I had loads, but this is the one. And when it went viral, I was just licking my lips, and I said nothing for 3 or 4 days. I just let it run. I was
Brilliant.
like, this is great. I loved it. And people just didn't understand it. They were like, this guy's an idiot. What's he talking about? Is he a joke candidate? Is he not? And I was like, this is great. Just keep talking. Just keep talking. I'm Make Crime Illegal guy. That's fine. I don't care. And then today I tweeted out, I left it to the last day. I tweeted out, I didn't pick it up off the street. Elon Musk tweeted it out a few months ago, time to make crime illegal. It has its genesis in the Republican campaign in California and places like that. So, I didn't just make it up really, but it just shows.
I saw the tweet you put out today with the Musk, and I did pick up the American flavor too with the drill, baby, drill. Bill, baby, Bill.
Yeah, Bill, baby, Bill. So like posters, people want to be entertained a bit as well.
Very well done.
So I was happy where it went, but as I say, I've no regrets over my online game, but maybe my ground game. If I don't get in, it's because I didn't really focus on my ground game.
Excellent. Ken, a fellow independent Ireland. Elaine will be very happy to see you.
Yeah.
Ken, tell us your story about how you got into this, and maybe how you got, even more interesting, how did you get in with Independent Ireland, and again your flagship policy there?
Well, I joined Independent Ireland very organically, literally straight off the website. I always wanted to help out. I had done a bit of canvassing before with Save the Eighth, and that's how I got to know John a little bit. We kind of fell into a WhatsApp group together, and it's been going ever since. And to be honest, the short version is I'm just acutely concerned at the direction of the country. I have 2 young kids, and when you become a parent, especially, that throws things into sharp focus. And I was kind of thinking, like Emily is 6, and she's going to be making the big decisions about her life in about 15 years. And I'm around long enough to know. I'm 47, which isn't that old, but it's old enough to know how short 15 years is. It's nothing, you know. And I thought to myself, I'm going to start helping out somewhere. So I had heard of Independent Ireland. I knew who Michael Collins was. I knew who Michael Fitz was. So I looked them up on the website, and I just liked the vibe. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of info on the website as it was at the time, but I kind of grasped the concept. I saw what they were trying to do, and I just joined off the website, paid my 20 quid, and became a member. And what I thought I would do is maybe volunteer and do a bit of canvassing. So I emailed and I was directed to Eileen Kelly McCarthy, who's running for us in the Middleton LEA, the next LEA down south of me.
Right.
And so my wife and I were coming back from the beach with the kids one day, and we popped into Eileen to collect some leaflets, and we had a great chat. We were probably talking about 45 minutes, and the three of us just hit it off. And Eileen said, "Would you just not run yourself?" And I was like, "Oh, you know, it's because I know what a big call it is, right? I've always been interested in helping out, but I know what a big, huge job it is to run, even for the council, right? It is a massive task, and I knew I'd be a one-man band effectively. So my wife and I talked it over, and you know, I mean, I suppose to be fair to my family, I've been subjecting them to Sunday dinner rants now for years, and I suppose I better go out and earn them. You know, it's
Put your money
we
where your
decided,
mouth is, time. Yeah, for
yeah,
the family.
exactly. You know, go out and earn it now, boy. You know, and so I said, to be fair, look, I said we'll do it. We'll give it a go. I said to Eileen, sure, look, yeah, I'd be interested. Maybe they might have me as a paper candidate or something, because I'm a factory worker. I have no direct political experience apart from that one bit of canvassing I did. And I was eventually put in touch with Michael Collins, and he had a conversation with me by phone. And he said, "Look, it's yours if you want to make a go at it." So I said, "Yeah, sure." I heard Elaine saying earlier on. I mean, it's the people who don't consider themselves to be politicians or want to be politicians are the best candidates. I probably go into that category, in the sense that, you know, even as I started canvassing, I felt the weight of what I was doing straight away. I mean, you know, I grasped straight away within my first few conversations, I'm going to be representing these people. You know, if we get through, you know, this is not a small thing. But you know, my impelling motive was that what forced me from kind of pontificating on the couch to actually going out and knocking on doors was, you know, where is this country going? And I know that governance starts at a local level. You have to start somewhere. And I said, you know what, I'll give it a serious go. So I have. It's all gone on the credit card. We're going to see what happens. I mean, you know, you know, in terms of my own canvassing experience, I've actually loved it. And I have been a one-man band, in the sense that I've just been going up. My wife would be saying to me, like, "Where are you going to go today?" And I was like, "I don't know. Where was I yesterday?" And you know, I would try and cover, I would try and cover the whole. Like, you see, we're only living in Connacht, I mean, a few years, you know, and like we're only in this LEA literally 3.5 years, so we're not that well known, you know. So I just tried to cover the whole thing, turn up in every locality. I hadn't a hope of getting to every single door or even half of them. So I said, what I'll do is I'll just go out and talk to people. And I'm the worst canvasser in the world, in that I've often been on the door 45 minutes talking to people. And, you know, but in fairness, I'm a first time candidate. They deserve a chance to get to know me.
That's right.
You know, I mean, I've been saying to people, like, trust is earned in pennies and spent in pounds, you know, and you have to kind of, you have to earn their trust. You have to let them get a feel for you and what you're like. And even if they close the door on me and say, well, he's a plumos, or anyway, at least they've had a chance to assess me, right?
A bit like what John was saying earlier too, like that this is the what would you put it nicely, John? It was the primaries, that exactly, you're letting them know you're there, and if it needs to be, then come general election, they know the face, they know the stories. Like 45 minutes, yeah, sure, you're not fewer people, but it'll count next time. They'll remember that.
Well,
face.
yeah, I mean, I hope it counts.
Of course.
It was acceptable, 10 to 15 minutes, right? But it slow you down. I'm going to go.
Breaking up a bit there, Ken. I think in a bit. Are you hearing that, Aidan, or is it just me? Okay.
No, he's breaking up.
Okay, Ken, I'm going to come back to you in a minute anyway. Martin, I'm coming to you in a minute, but if I'll just go into Mary first, Martin, because Jesus, she might get lost in us again down in Kerry. She's out in the wilds, Martin, you see.
Can you hear me now?
Mine isn't.
Oh, Jesus, he's the same. He's out in a barge or something. All right, Mary, Lovely to have you back. Mary, could you just tell us, we're running around the room there just hearing just letting the people at home know who we are. And could you tell us why you chose to run and what your flagship policies are?
Okay, so this time round for the Europeans, a bit like Ken there, I really am concerned that we won't recognise Ireland in 5 years' time. In fact, if we don't stem the tide right now, I think we won't recognise it, and that's impacting me in a real concrete way. That I just feel that maybe we won't achieve much by running, but maybe we can vocalize what we're feeling as Irish people. And my focus was on sovereignty, immigration, not only immigration, legal and illegal, but also emigration. I see 65,000 of our young Irish sons and daughters leaving this country. And then you have neutrality. There is a war there, and they are, wanting to involve us militarily in that. And then the other one is family life. Ireland was always known for, strong families, and we saw the referendum. I think that struck a chord. And then you have agriculture. We don't have our own food. We have the best land in the world in many parts, the Golden Vale. And if we don't have food security, and then you have cheap imports undercutting our farmers, over regulation, and then you take small business. I was chatting to a lady, she had Dingle chocolates, and another lady who has a cheese cafe, we'll say, in Tralee, and they said that they don't think they can survive. And in Kenmare, they were saying the same things. So we have a corporate world, and also there seems to be globalists who are pushing an agenda that does not want us to have our freedoms, and certainly they see us as just useful economic entities. And I am very upset at our demographic implosion. Our birth rate has been below replacement levels since 1991.
You're a midwife by trade, Mary, aren't you?
Yeah, I've been nursing now. 36 years ago I started, and I was a midwife, and my area was in London in King's College, a lecturer in nursing and in midwifery and women's health. My labour ward was my base, and then I came back in 1998 to a nurse tutor position, and I've been teaching nurses since then. And now I'm hearing from my students that it's a case of not wanting to go, which many of them want to travel, but there's nothing here. And when you look at the number of permits, visas being issued for non-EU nurses, and there's so many incentives we could use, and that 25 million spent in March could have been used for those purposes.
Mary, would you, not to put you on the spot, obviously, just, a rough number here, roughly how many, say, nurses, say, in a given nursing school per year, what percentage-wise do you think, how many of our nurses are we losing overseas?
Massive numbers. Numbers.
I've heard something around the 70% mark. Could that be correct?
Yeah, you're having those who are actually, I was talking to one of my colleagues there the other day who's my student, and she was lecturing with us, and she said very few of her group. You'd have maybe a cohort in our college in MTU Kerry of 60 general and 20 to 25 mental health each year. And she said that there was only about 5 of them left in nursing, because there was a period there that things were very, very difficult in the wards. So a lot of them opted out, and those then that
working conditions, you mean?
The working conditions. Yeah. You see, in Australia, it's 1 nurse to 4 patients. It's very attractive. You can nurse the way you'd want to, but here you're going to be short staff guaranteed, and you're going to have maybe 2 of you for 12 patients.
Oh,
yeah. So it's very, very different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Martin, we'll get to you. Thanks, Mary. We'll come back again. We're going to be I'll be a bit freer there now. I want to introduce everyone first. Martin, sorry for making you wait so long.
Not at all, you're grand.
Good stuff. Same to you there, Martin. How did you get into it? Maybe why did you choose Irish Freedom Party? Because you're with a party.
Yeah, so very similar to Ken's story. It's almost just change a couple of names and it's the exact same story. I have always been political in relation to. I have an interest in politics, but mainly I like the circus of the American politics kind of sideshow. I watch it like soap opera. But I'd know Irish politics, but I wouldn't. It's not something I followed religiously because I always thought they were always fools from back in Bertie's days. But during COVID was very difficult for me. I was one of the people ostracized from society. So I got very active on Twitter because it was one of the few avenues that weren't heavily censored. And I came across a man called Michael Leahy, one of his speeches.
Mm-hmm.
And I started looking into the Irish Freedom Party, and I just joined up as a member. And one day I got a call from Michael himself. He said, "Would you like to come canvass in the Tipperary?" And that started my kind of involvement with Irish Freedom Party. They asked me after I got to know people in the party, they asked me a few times, "Would you run?" Because I had a fair understanding of what way the world was going and what way the country is going. And I said no 3 or 4 times, and then. Something clicked in me. I was kind of looking at my kids. My kids aren't young now. My eldest was 24, and I have a 17-year-old and a 15-year-old. But I just looked and I said, God, this isn't the world that my parents left for me. And I got a guilt for kind of my complicity in it, because I've been sitting back letting all this happen as well, even though I can see it. I didn't do anything about it, and I didn't try and fight. So this is my, I would say, attempt to kind of rectify the issues with the country. And look, every government needs foundations. So the local elections will give us a foundation to actually have a proper crack at a general election. You know what I mean? So like, there's a lot of, would say, nationalist and independent MEPs that won't get elected, but all the groundwork is done for them now. You know what I mean? They're out there. Their faces are out there. They'll probably all make absolutely fantastic TDs. But it's really important that we get a support network, get a kind of a grassroots movement going in relation to the councils. So, like I said, it doesn't matter. Look, Irish Freedom Party is what kind of called out to me, but Independent Ireland, all of them, every single one of them, all of the new nationalist parties, we all have the same goal and the same agenda. And I presume that after these local elections, that the leadership will sit down and form some sort of umbrella, or at least 10 policies they can all agree on to actually, we'll say, go at a general election with. If they choose not to, then we're actually at nothing. You know what I mean? Because if we don't consolidate this movement under some form of umbrella, I don't think we'll have success in a general election.
Elaine, be interesting to hear your perspective on this again as a party organizer. Is that something that John expressed this earlier, that there needs to be some kind of coordination going forward? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, before we actually formed, we would have sat down with a lot of people over the last 12 months. And I suppose, without being too judgy, there's a lot of egos when you have people wanting to form parties for the sake of wanting to form parties. And then you have, people who want to be leaders, and they want to be, when you have that in a room, it's very, very difficult. And I just believe that for us and for our party, it's purely about genuine authenticity and change. We're organic insofar as we're independent. We're an independent party, which by its own statement is almost hypocritical. But we are an independent party, and what I mean by hypocritical is, how can you be independent but in a party? The only way we're going to make any change in this country is by uniting in some form or some front. I think if we could break down the egos, and if we could sit around the table and talk properly with like-minded people, I think we would make a serious amount of progress. The barriers that I can see are that everybody wants to be the one out in front, or that wants to be the one, and I just believe that the best leaders lead from behind. They generally are the ones who are, again, I'm going to use the word authentic, because that's the one thing that I can say about every single candidate within our party, Ken included. They've all shown an authenticity for wanting a better country than the country that we can see around us for the last 4 to 5 years. Probably longer, but I'll be honest, I was oblivious up to when COVID hit and the ridiculous lockdowns and all the silly measures that they brought in. I was very oblivious, and I lived in a little bubble and a world where I thought that our government were there to protect us, and that these people were never going to do anything to harm us or to stop us living lives the way we were. So I got a bit of an awakening, and I just thought, okay, this is not going the way that I would like it to go. Yeah, look at it. I do believe that there should be some form of unity afterwards. Let's see what pans out in the wash, and what people. I would hope that we would see a lot more people from and people give out about, oh, they were with a party, they were ex Fianna Fáil. I actually believe that there is good people in Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and Sinn Féin. I believe those people are crying out for change, and they want somewhere to go, and they don't know where to go. So why not be Independent Ireland or whatever other party? I'm not just putting us above anybody else, but we need somewhere to unite. If there's a common goal of wanting to break down the political system, the established system that's here at the moment, if our goal is to break that down, then we all need to unite under some umbrella. So I would agree. We need some form of unity if we're going to form anything that's going to break the establishment. We don't have the money. And you sent me questions earlier, Eoin, and one of the things was the highs and lows of the campaign and where we are. Like, we have no money. And that was the first thing Ken heard out. He's laughing because
I know you don't.
the term we used, that I was very open and honest with people when they said, so, can we get flyers printing, can we get posters? I actually used the term, we haven't got a pot to piss in, because that's exactly where we started from. And the established parties have they come from a completely different space.
Yeah, actually, no joke. They actually have an extraordinary financial advantage to add to maybe media advantages.
Can I just say one thing, actually? Just one thing that
Elaine... please, now, you can jump in anytime you want with anything to say.
One thing Elaine said to me there about good people in Fianna Fáil, I've had one good thing about being a slow coach in the canvassing is you do have very good quality conversations. And I would say 4 conversations, and it's probably a reflection of North Cork politics, with people who had been heavily involved in Fianna Fáil. I mean, like, involved in common secretaries, born into it. Actually, if I include just people who are just basic members, there's probably maybe almost 10 who promised me number ones. Because without even realizing it, I was probably sounding like a Fianna Fáiler on the doorsteps. I mean, like, I'm conservative on the cellular level, but I'm kind of, what I'm trying to do is just move the needle back to a more sensible place. And when I kind of talk about common sense, a bit of fair play, a bit of cop on, a bit of common decency, it probably to them sounds like the party they used to be a part of, or at least aspirationally. And it did strike me that Fianna Fáil was the only party that kind of came up by name, in terms of what people were leaving, and there are a lot of homeless people out there, I think. And I think I think there could be a few surprises in terms of whose vote we pick up over the weekend, but we'll see.
Aisling, maybe as much detail as you want to get into, but with Aidan, what's the party machinery like there, the support network for you when you were out canvassing? You're muted again, Aisling. You're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
We have you.
Yeah, no, I do unmute myself, and then you still can't hear me. But I had a small but very supportive common.
Can I be bold and ask, was there a bit of cash there to help out?
No. I mean, I think we ran a lot of candidates this time, and a lot was spent on the posters and on the leaflets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so but there isn't much there now, as far as I'm aware. So
This is an important point, though. How do you compete on a level playing field when you're all here self-financed? Pam,
Exactly.
how was it down in your neck of the woods? Were you able to finance your run? Was it like a big strain for you?
um, I couldn't afford any posters, and I made that very clear when I first started out on my campaign. And my campaign was a bit up and down and backwards and forwards, and I was running, then I wasn't running, then I was running again. And then I ended up with the gearbox going on my van, so I had no transport for 3 weeks, and I couldn't campaign. And then I managed to pick up a banger for €1,000, and that was me skint. I designed my own leaflets, so I do a bit of design on the side. I designed my own leaflets, got them printed, and off I headed, literally crying at every €50 I had to put into this little 1.2 litre Ford Fiesta, which is a thirsty girl. But no, I'm skint. I am absolutely brassic. I haven't got 2 pennies to rub together. I did get a few little donations, 30 here, 20 there, through PayPal, which I'm eternally grateful for. But literally, I was on my own. So I bought 5,000 leaflets. I think I've got about 1,000 left. And I worked on my own, completely on my own. And I hit every main area in Clare. All I had was 3 weeks of canvassing. That was it. So,
John, is it the same at local level that if you hit the 5% mark, you get funding? Or
I think it's a quarter of the quota by the time you're eliminated. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, so I think it's a quarter of the quota by the time you're eliminated is usually the threshold for getting your deposit back. So that doesn't, you even if you're not getting a quarter of the quota on the first count, if you get it by the time you're eliminated, you'll get your expenses back. And your expenses isn't everything you spent. It's normally a fixed payment that they'll give you. I think it's €12,000 for a European election candidate. I'm not sure what it is for a local election candidate. It should be said also that if you are somebody who's eliminated maybe 10 or 15 votes short of that, they will sometimes transfer an earlier surplus to try and get, so they'll do everything they can in the count process, give you every opportunity to get to a quarter of a quota before you're eliminated. But I just want to make a couple of points here, if I may.
Please do.
Which is, the first is that in terms of this business of financing, I think it's important to note that the big parties are spending a lot of money, but the money that they're spending is largely on the European elections. So I can tell you that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael candidates, I can't, because I can, having spoken to them, I haven't spoken necessarily to Sinn Féin candidates or Labour candidates, they're not actually getting financial support from their parties. What they are getting, and where the big parties have an advantage, is that they can do collective deals on things like posters, so they'll get them cheaper than independent would. Collective deals on leaflets, collective deals on postal delivery. But a lot of those candidates are self-funded as well. But then again, the other thing they have is maybe a local party coming that exists to raise money for them, does an annual dinner dance or whatever the case may be. But the idea, particularly at local level elections, it's not as awash with money for the bigger parties as you might think. At European elections, I think we can all see it. The amount of money that's being spent, in particular on Regina Doherty in Dublin. That's happening.
Seem to have a lot of money going in.
Oh, well, I think they're very concerned, and at least at one point in the middle of the campaign, we're very concerned about Regina Doherty not holding that seat. So I think they've outspent everybody in that campaign. I just wanted to make a point, if I might, about the sort of the fragmentation point we were talking about earlier on, because one thing that strikes me, and this is, I think, something worth thinking about moving forward, is the amount of energy that gets spent amongst these groups kind of fighting with and sniping at each other. And it came from all corners. I mean, I saw a video the other day that had 94,000 views from a lady who was going through candidates, and she was ranking them, I think, 4 issues: immigration, COVID-19, free speech, and something else. And she was giving them all marks of green, red, or orange. And there was one particular candidate whose marks were green, green, and orange. Sorry, green, 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 and orange. And the video in the end didn't recommend that that person be voted for because they were only orange on one of the 4 issues. And then we had issues during the campaign. I mean, there was one particular party that was going around saying it was the only party that had done X, Y, and Z, which wasn't necessarily true. Then you had other parties going around saying, that particular party is somehow a sellout, or crypto Sinn Féiners or whatever. And the amount of fighting that went on between candidates on the right was so counterproductive in this election as to defy belief, really. I mean, because the other thing that does, of course, is that it prevents any one party from kind of reaching out to voters just slightly to their left and saying, well, actually, we'd like to take a little step towards the centre. And because we're also worried about our right flank. If we say anything sort of moderate on the immigration issue, then there's 3 other candidates who are going to call me a sellout. That dynamic that has taken hold in the sort of the nationalist right is toxic. And it's going to naturally limit your ability to grow if every time you take a single step in the direction of meeting a voter halfway, there's 3 other guys behind you throwing a rope around your neck, pulling you back and going, no, don't step off the reservation. That dynamic is something that's happening. And I noticed it happening in this campaign, both at national level and in local level. And I have the luxury of being able to talk about this because I don't represent any of those parties, not in any of those movements. So take it take it with a grain of salt if you want, if you think I have some sort of agenda. But I'm not a member of any of those movements. But it's something that's patently obvious when you look at it. And the ones that are most successful tomorrow, I predict, will be the candidates like Michael McNamara, for example, who floated above all of that, didn't get involved in it, didn't get drawn into it, just said, these are my positions, this is where I think the voters are, and I'm sticking to it. I think, to some extent, Patrick Bean did that. Kieran Malooly definitely tried to do that. Whether it'll work for him or not, I don't know. Now, they had advantages of their own in being bigger names, but I think if you look at people who are successful and look at what they do, they go and say, I'm going to do what it takes to get elected. I'm going to meet the voters where they are. Whereas this dynamic, I think, when you've 7 or 8 candidates all running from the same kind of base, is they all pull each other towards the kind of the flanks of the political sphere, all competing for 2% of the vote when one of them might be able to compete for 15 or 16% of the vote. So that's just an observation I'd make in terms of how this has gone.
Well, let's throw that out in the room, John. Will we? Sorry, Elaine, you go first.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's something that, from our party perspective, that we were extremely conscious of, and you're 100% correct, because we didn't smear. Look, I have a philosophy. If you want the biggest building in town, you have 2 choices. You either go and you destroy every other person's building, so you have the biggest one, or you build the biggest building in town. The only way we are going to defeat the establishment is if we can surpass them, and if we can build on what the Irish people want in order to get to where we need to get to. So we as a party were extremely conscious around knocking or even mentioning any other party who would be similarly aligned in relation to what we wanted to get out as the main parties. So when I say the main parties, I talk about Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin. I'll throw Labour and the Soc Dems and all of them. They've all been in there for a long time. They've all had their day in the sun. It's their fair game because they haven't produced anything. They haven't actually shown anybody anything. The rest of us are all trying our best to move forward in the same direction. And as a party, I personally, and I know all of the other members, were very conscious not to try and interfere or knock anybody else around us who we felt were moving in the same direction. And you're 100% correct. I think we could all be actually able to work together while not necessarily in the same group or in the same party. There's nothing to stop us all working together. So 100%, I agree with what you're saying there. And I do know there was certain targets put out at certain parties and certain people, and it was unfair. You're always going to get that as well, I suppose.
Can I actually did a TikTok on this, and I was looking at Gert Wilders. Now he's a very, very big personality, very, very right, and in order to make that coalition work, he's taken a step back, and he started basically switched off the ego and taken a step back to make it work. And I think in Ireland, if we are going to do something similar, we're going to need an awful lot of egos to be able to be reeled in, and people to step back and maybe all get together and choose one particular person to lead the charge, sort of thing. Looking at, as you say, what's going on now, and there's snitching and bitching going on. At the moment, I don't think that would be doable. Not right now, but maybe in the future it might be. But sort of looking at him, because he is one hell of a machine, for him to actually step back and go, I won't be in charge, you know, for the good of the whole movement. So yeah, hopefully that will be something we'll see in Ireland, but I don't think it will be within the next general election.
Yeah,
I think.
I think. Sorry, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, someone else.
No, it's just. I think in throughout our history, that's one of the difficulties with Ireland, has been this division. And if you even think the 1916 rising, they weren't happy about that either, the Irish people, until the tide changed. And I think now we're getting a turn of the tide. And I think people are understandably wary. I mean, I am in, I don't want to know how many groups I'm in, with all different groups, and they're understandably wary, and they want to know where people stand. Now, the life issue is one that is very important in certain people's minds. And I don't know how many discussions today I was going back and forth saying, look, this is the position with, I even rang Michael McNamara's office to get a statement around pro-life. Eddie Punch's statement wasn't solid enough for people who were pro-life. And they weren't giving them preferences. There were so many people that were going by the Life Institute and the PLC on pro-life. And then I had to put out another video saying there was infighting around the video that was put out that has 120,000 views. I said, look, that was 4 issues. It didn't cover pro-life issue. And these are people who their vote is sacrosanct. They vote. They're religious about voting. You know, the people who, and they are so serious about their vote. So it's important to bear in mind that if you're going to kind of, look, I mean, I have no problem because I've been on the ground fighting the issue since I was 8 years of age. The first pro-life march I attended, and I'm 55 now. I am for life for the whole of life, no exceptions. So it's something that people are going to have to be upfront about. I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't concern myself too much with that, just personally, because obviously, like say Derek Bly, for example, is running in the locals here as well as in the European elections. So like, and we had the in Fermoy in particular, there was a very prominent kind of protest outside the Abbeyville House where there was a tent pitched outside there for months. And I was talking to somebody who was involved in that protest only 2 days ago, and you know, it was kind of like the pro-life issue in the sense that I was being kind of, you know, drilled a little bit on kind of the nuances of my view on immigration. And you know, like, just for the record, I'm 100% pro-life as well, right? I mean, like, you know, and I make no apology for that, and I have no problem being known for that. I think we need to kind of, and it's going to be kind of a slightly offensive phrase, but we need to kind of pull away from this idea of kind of being this kind of like kind of almost like a purity cult, right? And when it comes to doctrines and to policy, because from my point of view, it's very easy to sit on the sidelines and kind of like particular turns of phrase in kind of statements on any particular issue. It's a whole other thing to kind of step up there and make a decision which might prove to be unpopular with some people, but actually do so from a position of leadership, right? I mean, you'll never see PPP in government. You'll never see people before profit in government, because if they did so, they would probably isolate probably 98% of their support with the first government decision that annoys them. You know, from my point of view, it needs to be about direction, not perfection. And I'm going to be happy if I'm involved in a party or a movement that is moving the country broadly in the right direction, as opposed to hammering out every single take that you hear on Twitter and folding that into a policy. That's just never going to happen. And there's always people who are going to be seeking an audience through criticism and through the just asking questions angle, And they'll always build a following around that. And I think the best thing to do is just simply ignore it. Once we understand what the correct course of action is, once we there will be policy papers coming from Independent Ireland, and from my understanding, it's going to be very basic stuff about basic governance and kind of getting back to the nuts and bolts of running a country. But it's we should be more concerned about kind of like moving the needle in the right direction. I think maybe this is just part of the sorting process that will happen as these movements kind of bubble up. There's probably going to be a small period of kind of confusion, or maybe what might seem like chaos, and eventually we'll kind of like coalesce around a set of core ideas, and then become something much more useful and much more attractive to voters.
Anyone else want to jump in there with thoughts on the future
Yes.
after this?
Just on what Ken said there, you've actually hit the nail on the head. What you said about simple policies. Everything is too complex. Every issue is made much more difficult than it needs to be. And there's too many layers, and simplifying government is a key priority. Government should have very little input in our lives. The less government interferes in our lives, the better society is. So I think that idea of very, very simple, straightforward policies is a really good idea. And again, Irish Freedom Party are working on their policies at the minute too, the same as Independent Ireland and all of the other new parties. But that is key, that we just keep it very, 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 very simple. And like what you said there, nuts and bolts. It's a good little slogan. Yeah, that's about it.
Nick, Aisling, would you like to add anything to that? Aisling, you're muted again.
I actually do unmute myself here, and it's making the
Some
up
kind
and
of
down
click.
thing as if I'm talking. Yes.
No worries.
But just to kind of echo what Mary was saying there, I found there are a lot of pro-life voters who haven't felt represented locally, and ain't our pro-life party. So there are votes there as well. That's all I'd say about that.
Can I just say something on the pro-life thing? Because if I have impeccable credentials on one thing, I'd hope it's the pro-life thing. Because my last job in politics was taking a lot of arrows for the 2018 referendum campaign, in which I was fairly prominently front and center, unfortunately. But I will say this: I think one of the things about the pro-life base, and they're very well-intentioned people, and what Mary says about them is correct. They're very passionate and all the rest of it. Sometimes I think there's an unrealism about it. I mean, you can be pro-life without having to stick it on every single leaflet that's going in through every single door. I mean, Breed Smith doesn't put "I'm for abortion up to the 9th month of pregnancy and maybe after" on her leaflets. She doesn't do it. She doesn't feel the need to do it. This sense that everyone has to be inquisited about their views on that issue in public and kind of not be trusted unless they're almost wearing a crucifix around every leaflet they put through a letterbox is, I think, ultimately kind of harmful. And I think to some extent what we need is more candidates who are willing to almost stand up to those voters and go, look, where I stand, but if you need me to put it on every poster or every leaflet, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to do that, because I'm no use to you if I'm not elected. And
I actually find it doesn't come up that much. And actually, what I found in the doors is people who are pro-choice making a point about not voting for Aintu because we're pro-life. I actually get stick from the pro-choice side. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But John, I wouldn't. I mean, I put on my leaflet "Family Life," and I was getting flack from my crew and I said, listen, guys, I don't need to shout from the rooftops. Everybody knows my position. But what we were dealing with today was, and I'm not talking small numbers, there were people who were not sure about two of the candidates who are definitely in the running for seats about their position on life. And I think they need clarity. And this was impacting their potential preferences. And I'm trying to say to them, guys, if you want to look at the candidates that are there and the ones that you'd prefer to be there, you really need to think preferences. So people were going down then, 9, 10, 11 preferences out of the 23. So it's just that it's a huge issue. Even when 1993, I remember I was working with a student midwife from America, and she said it was the number one issue in American politics then. It's a big issue in politics in the States as well, and it's become a big issue here. And I just think it's something we need to think about, especially given the fact of the numbers that we are having at the taxpayer-funded abortions now, and the fact that they voted in the European Parliament up to birth. So, and our demographic implosion.
The corollary of that, Mary, you won't talk about it all night, is that you say it's a big issue in the United States, and yet the Republican candidate for president of the United States has basically said, he's not for further restrictions on abortion after 12 weeks. He thinks that's, he's basically said openly, I'm not doing this, it'll cost me the election. Vote for the other guy if you want. And as far as I can see, most pro-life leaders are falling in behind him. That's all I mean. Like, it's very rare. Regular readers of mine know it's rare for me to say this, but to some extent, Donald Trump is showing a degree of electoral pragmatism there that isn't necessarily always the case on that issue here.
Before we go to Keith and Terry, who have been phenomenally patient, I'm sorry, gentlemen. Could we just ask? Oh, do you know what? Let's go to Terry, because Terry has been out and about in you know where he's been? He's been in Newtown, Mount Kennedy, and around some of the hot spots, and he's been on the ground at the polls, and he's going to give us a little feedback on what he's been seeing at the polls. But when we come back from that, I would love to hear everybody's, just tell us what you were hearing on the doorstep, what resonated with people, what were the big issues that you were hearing back from the electorate. I'll let you think about that while we bring in Terry here. And Keith, if you're already there, lovely to have you. Thanks for waiting. You've been so patient. Terry is on a death spiral, a MacBook, death spiral loop, and Keith is I believe he's muted. Are you muted, Keith?
Yeah, Keith is there, Owen, and Terry's probably going to have to come back in again. He was fine for a while backstage, but Keith, I think it's good to go.
Keith, are you alive? I'm not hearing Keith. Am I the only one?
We can't hear him.
I can't hear him.
Okay, Aidan, why don't you get Keith hooked up there? And while we're doing that, everybody there, turn off, refill your glass, take a break, whatever you need to do. But anyone who's there, I would love to hear back, though, on the issues that you were hearing back. What were the ones that really resonated on the doorstep there?
Owen, could I just actually, if we have 2 minutes while we're waiting there, could I just run through that story about what happened to me today with the
oh yeah,
the
please
election?
do, Martin. Please do. This was very weird. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll apologise now. I'm actually a British citizen. I didn't know I was a British citizen until about 10 o'clock this morning, but I'm actually a British citizen.
What?
So when I went to vote today, I was told that I could vote in the local elections, but I cannot vote in the EU elections. There's a big D beside my name. So I obviously kind of went, because I know the lady who's the electoral officer. I voted there for 20 years, and I was there. Yeah, I'm not English, and was no, there's a D beside your name. You can't vote. I can't give you the EU paper. So I got in touch with eventually got in touch with one of the minions of the county registrar, and she pulled up my details and told me that I was a British citizen, and I wasn't entitled to vote in referendums and EU elections. And I voted in the referendum 2 months ago. So apparently, because I decided to run, I got kicked off the register before the referendum. There was a lot of messing around going on with the register. They said they were updating the system and all that. So I was one of the people that got kicked off it. So I re-registered, but I never put in my PPS number. After the referendum, I got a mail to asking me to update my details again and put in my PPS number, which I did because I knew I was running, so I wanted all my ducks in a row, so to speak. And what they've told me is that when I give them my PPS number, they send that PPS number and my date of birth to the Department of Social Protection, who send them the data about me and who I am. So I'm apparently a British citizen. Now, I was born in the UK, in Birmingham in 1980. I was back in Ireland in 1981. I've never held residency in the UK. I've never held a British passport. I've been registered to vote since I was 18 years old. I've voted for 24 years. I never, ever, ever had an issue. I'm an Irish passport holder, and the only time I travelled out of the country, would say with my parents when I was 6, I went to Germany on their passports as an Irish citizen. So the only avenue you have is to go to the kind of director of or the county sheriff, as his title is, and he has the authority to make changes to the electoral register on election day. But he told me he doesn't have the authority to do it. Now, maybe it's because it's an EU election, maybe it's something different, but they refused. So I was denied my democratic right to vote. I got a phone call from the Director of Elections from Tipperary County Council this evening at about 7 o'clock. He spent about 15 minutes apologising to me and was extremely sorry, and he was so sorry this happened, and it was just a systems error and all the other excuses, and very, very, very apologetic. But the reality is that somebody has made a mistake somewhere which has denied me the right to vote, and I had no way of knowing this until the actual day I went in. Now they've 100% admitted liability, and it's their fault, it's their mistake, because this does happen from time to time. And what's supposed to happen is that you get a phone call, and the answer from the civil servant that I was speaking to first of all said, "We were actually just too busy." That was the answer I got. That's why you didn't get the phone call. We were too busy.
Do you know what's surprising me there, Martin, is that when the Electoral Commission came out a couple of months back and said, just before the referendums, they said, "Oh, we're looking for people to update their PPS number and something else," and they said, "But you don't have to do it." That's what they said. "We don't need your PPS number. You're still on the electorate. You still are on the register, even if
but some people weren't, Elaine. I wasn't on the register. The only before the referendum, the only thing I was eligible to vote for was presidential elections.
Really?
And now at present, I'm actually not eligible to vote in presidential referendums or EU elections. So I mean, there's often now they say they're updating systems and they're running two systems simultaneously. But I'm kind of more interested in why I'm down as a UK citizen on the Department of Social Protection, because I would have dealt with the Department of Social Protection, would say in the past, and I have a PPS card, a green PPS card, and stuff like that. So it's if you had your conspiracy theory hat on, you would think that because I got great traction on Twitter in relation to this, and I've had a couple of people message me saying the same thing happened to their partners, and it's not an isolated case. So there's gremlins in the system, or there's intentional gremlins in the system. It's hard to know. But I mean, the amount of people that were kicked off the register before the referendum, I'm sure everybody saw that online, that there was a lot of people whose statuses had changed and they had to re-register. But I thought I was doing the right thing by trying to get all my ducks in a row and putting my PPS number in, but it came back to bite me in the ass today. I spent 6 months canvassing with Mike Lenihan that I couldn't vote for him. So, like I said, I got a lot of apologies, but like at the end of the day, there was one person in the constituency that could have changed that, and he chose not to.
I appreciate that must be frustrating, but you have to remember the background to this. Our electoral register was in a really rag order. There were people who were dead for over 10 years, longer, and were still on the register, and occasionally had their votes used. And so I think the tightening up of the register is a really, really good thing. There's a certain party who campaign on both sides of the border who were known to be getting up to some skullduggery on the electoral register. So I think the tightening up is a good thing. Now,
well, I can tell you I've got 2 votes in Ireland. My vote still goes to my parents' house in Kerry, where I was registered first. Now
my wife is the same.
Yeah. So,
I vote.
That is not recommended, but it's not illegal.
Just to say, one of the ladies in my group, she had to make 43 phone calls to sort out a postal vote. 43 phone calls. And her son was military, so was supposed to be in Galway, then he was supposed to drive down to Kilkenny. So anyway, she got it sorted. 43 phone calls yesterday morning.
You cannot post. Ireland is the most difficult country in the world, I think, to get a postal vote. You have to have, you have to have prove there are certain professions, like the legal profession, that can get it quite easily. But for most Joe Soaps, you just cannot get a postal vote in this country, and that is a big problem. And I appreciate, again, there's a tightening up there, and there's a question as to whether that's open to abuse. And there have been evidence in the UK of postal votes being abused and being block voted and whatever. But we're gone to the other extreme. You've also got to remember, of course, that this is the first European election since Brexit actually happened, as distinct from Brexit being voted upon. The UK didn't leave, officially didn't leave the EU until 2020. So this is the first post-Brexit election, European election. So therefore, anybody who is down as a UK citizen will not be allowed to vote in this, because the UK is no longer an EU member. But if you're a member of any other EU country, you can vote here. Any Irish people who are living in an EU country can vote as well. That's the rule for the EU.
But it's interesting how my status changed. That's what I need to dig into. So I'll have to chase that up on Monday. That all of a sudden I'm a UK citizen, but I've never been a UK citizen in my entire life.
Yeah, okay, Keith, can I butt in there, and we'll just redirect a little bit, just again we can keep everybody jumping in on this as well. But Keith, the reason we brought you on here is that you put out a fantastic thread on X this week, which got a lot of traction, I believe. It was on your projections. You've been very carefully following all of the different opinion polls, etc., and working out all the various permutations. We want you here to break hearts of some of the people in this room, and we want you to give us your predictions. How's this all going to shake out?
Okay, this is going to be a tough one. Okay, I follow the betting odds. I follow them in all elections, because I believe that they are probably the best guide at seat level. When you're looking at the national vote, obviously you can tell the size of the sample is fine for that. But when you go down to constituency level, you're only looking at 400 people in Dublin, 500 in the other two constituencies. So they're not particularly good guide. Now that's having said that, the actual betting odds are not a brilliant guide at the start either. I think John referred to this on a previous call, where the initial odds produced by most bookmakers have more to do with the name and the status and all the rest of you, or the last election or whatever. But as the campaign goes on, as poll information becomes available, both the published polls and the hidden polls that the parties run, the betting odds are by far the best guide, in my opinion, as to how the parties are doing. So just to give you, for those of you who haven't been following my threads,
we can pull it up there, Aidan, can we?
Oh, right, better.
Yeah, we can hear you, Keith. It's can others? Can you see the screen there? So we can all see it except Keith.
At the start of this, when I started measuring this back in April, this looked like a 6-horse race. between the three big parties, we'll call them, Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin, and also the outgoing two MEPs that weren't part of that, Kieran Cuff and Claire Daly, and then the rogue in the field, if you like, was Niall Boylan. He was seen as being the sixth contender. Everybody else was way down, less than a 20% chance. And so what's happened over the last week particularly, there has been a real hardening around four candidates, and these are way ahead now of the others. Lynn Boylan has drifted slightly, and quite significantly actually, in relative terms, in the last week or so. She was well over 80% and looked at a lockdown certainty. She's drifted back, but she's still the favourite. The one thing that you have to remember is that Lynn Boylan has also got a running mate, which none of the other parties have. So she has Daithí Doolan, who should transfer to her. Sinn Féin tend to transfer well enough to one another. So even if she starts poorly and her polling numbers haven't been good, she should still have enough coming from Daithí Doolan and from some other left candidates to get her, if not over the line, to get her close enough to a quota where she gets elected. Barry Andrews, who was starting slightly in the weakest of the three outgoing MEPs, has really advanced over the campaign. He's had a really, really good campaign. I personally didn't think, I thought there was only going to be one seat between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Barry Andrews has now looks like a lock for a seat. Perhaps not getting involved in a lot of the slagging matches has benefited him, and possibly a safe pair of hands. And because what I'm hearing around the houses in Dublin is that Fianna Fáil, they're keeping their core vote, but they're not reclaiming any of the votes, what we call the old Bertie votes. They're keeping the vote that they had from 2020. Regina Doherty, the replacement for Frances Fitzgerald, has been second or third all the way through. She drifted a bit towards the end, and there was, I know, as you mentioned earlier on the chat, that Fine Gael were very worried about maybe 3 weeks ago, and threw an awful lot of money at. I mean, the bus shelter posters, the second layer of those, what would I call them, diamond-shaped posters. There's been a lot of money. All the social media stuff, the videos, they've thrown a lot of money at Regina Doherty. Because I think losing their only seat in Dublin would be a disaster for them. Niall Boylan has always been top four, or there or thereabouts. Started on almost joint fourth, but now clear fourth. Looking good for Independent Ireland, which I know will please a few people on the chat. The ones that have drifted back badly, Kieran Cuff has absolutely plummeted down the odds. The Greens, in generally, by talking to people, have had a very, very poor campaign, even in Dublin, which would be their strong point. They're getting it from both sides. Where they would previously have picked up left transfers, the left don't seem to be transferring to them because they're in government. And Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are so obsessed with keeping their own seats that they probably will have nothing to transfer to Fine Gael, to the Greens, even if they wanted to. So Cuff is absolutely in trouble after coming out of the loo on the green tide 5 years ago. He's now been taken out by the tide as the tide goes out. And watch a lot of councillors for the Green Party that sailed in on the green tide the last time we had the local elections, going to be struggling by the sound of it, from what I'm hearing. Now, while he has never been a serious contender with the betting odds, I would not rule out Aidan or Aidan for a couple of reasons. I think he's done reasonably well on the debates. He's got a very high profile, and that can be very, very important, with very high national profile. And he should get some transfers from other left parties, especially the Social Democrats, maybe some from people before profit from Breed Smith. But I would not completely rule him out. I don't think he's any chance of getting to the quota, and the quota in Dublin is what, 16%? Yeah, no, 20%. The quota in Dublin is 20%. I don't think he's any chance of getting to that, but I think also that no candidate here will get elected on the first count, and at least, in my opinion, one candidate will get elected without reaching the quota, and I wouldn't be surprised if the last 2 seats go to people that won't reach the quota. So that's Dublin. Any questions?
I just like the looks of what I'm seeing here from Niall Boylan. I mean, according to this, what you have up here, the slide, he's now pulled significantly ahead of Claire Daly and
Yeah.
Kieran Duff.
Yeah, I haven't covered Claire Daly because she's. I just other people have said this to me as well, that they feel that neither Claire Daly or Mick Wallace have any enthusiasm for this campaign. That they feel that maybe they're preparing it to come back into national politics. That they've had it in Brussels. That they're getting it in the neck from the media over their, I won't say pro-Putin stance, but certainly questioning stance, shall we say, and that they feel that there's a better chance for them back in national politics. Claire Daly, especially because Fingal is now getting extra seats and stuff like that, so she has a core base that she would quite likely get a seat should she return to national politics.
Okay, let's crack on to
Right. I'd go to South next, if I may.
Sorry,
And-
Keith. Just Elaine wants to ask you something there,
Sure,
Elaine.
Robert. I can't hear Elaine.
And nobody else has agreed with me. But
Okay.
I want to predict that I believe Niall Boylan will top the poll in Dublin. That's my prediction.
Okay.
It's recorded, so
Yeah.
I believe Niall Boylan will top the poll in Dublin.
That's the spirit, Elaine.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say for Niall Boylan is that if he's in the top 4 on the first count, I think he's virtually certain to be elected, because there's a whole load of them. We've had this discussion earlier on about small parties and independents who are right of centre or strong on the immigration issue or whatever. If those people are smart enough, they will transfer somewhere along the way up to Niall Boylan.
Yeah.
And so he should get, if he's on the top 4 at all, he should get carried over the line at that point. Just to remember that nobody in Dublin last year, the last time we were elected, the top 4 on the first count were the 4 that were elected.
Interesting. Thank you, Keith.
No problem. This is the kind of nerdy stuff I love. That's our first prediction of the night. Niall Boylan to top the poll. I would not rule that out.
Oh.
Let's go.
Okay, I would not rule it out, but I wouldn't make him the favourite. Look, I believe it or not, I think Barry Andrews could top the poll at this stage, because I just there's a certain momentum there as well, I think. Okay, I'm going to go to Ireland South next. Ireland South has 5 seats. Deirdre Clune of Fine Gael is not standing. The other 4 outgoing MEPs are, that's Sean Kelly of Fine Gael, Billy Kelleher of Fianna Fáil, Mick Wallace of Independence for Change, and Grace O'Sullivan of the Greens, who got in with quite late in the day with a lot of transfers on the last time. Now, I think there's 2 certainties in this constituency. Sean Kelly of Fine Gael and Billy Kelleher of Fianna Fáil are absolute locks, in my opinion. They are over the line, home and hosed. I think Kelly will possibly top the poll, and maybe. Here's my outstanding prediction. I think Sean Kelly is the only candidate across all 3 constituencies that will get over the quota on the first count. If he doesn't, I think he'll come close enough that it won't matter, and we'll get elected quite early. Another thing I'll say is that having the so many candidates on the ballot paper means that anybody getting over the count getting over the quota on the first count is going to be a major achievement. But Kelleher and Kelly are safe. There is, in my opinion, one Sinn Féin seat, And the way things have changed over the campaign, at the start, Paul Gavin, who's a Limerick, he's a senator from Limerick with a strong English accent, not to upset anybody here, and Kathleen Funchion, who's from Kilkenny, sitting TD. Funchion is absolutely pulling way ahead of Gavin. Gavin has absolutely drifted down further, one of the fastest declining candidates in terms of chances. There's no hope, in my opinion, of a second seat for Sinn Féin here. There will be one seat, and Funchion is almost certain to get that seat as well. So, and this is going to brighten up a few people on the chat. Michael McNamara, who started off on the verge as to whether he would make it into the 5 seats or not, is looking more and more solid by the day. I think John pointed out at this that he has done an excellent job of keeping his head over all of the sniping and all the rest of it. He has done a very, very focused, this is me, this is my achievement, these are my videos, I'm a good public representative. And he also has a very strong Clare base, what I would call a Midwest base. He's known around Limerick as well, he's known around North Tip. I think I'm not going to say certain, but I think I would be quite surprised if he doesn't make it.
He's massively popular in County Clare, by a long stretch, the most popular TD in the county.
Yeah, I think he could get over 50% of the votes in Clare. I wouldn't be surprised with that at all. It may take him a few eliminations to get over the line, but I think he's going there as well. Now, there's a big question as to whether he's going to stay in Brussels if he gets elected and all the rest of it. And he's done what I might call a sleight of hand by putting Mattie McGrath's daughter as one of his backups if he decides to come back to national politics. And Mattie has been quite supportive of him. But all of these things are playing towards him, in my opinion. I think he's a very good chance of taking a seat. And I'll throw this out to people on here. If you're looking for somebody to lead an alternative movement in Ireland, that's common sense. He may not be everything you want, but he is a very, very good performer and a very clever guy. Then the 5th seat.
Now this looks good.
This is going to be what do they call it? Dublin Bay South from 2016, the one that goes on and on. I think this is going to be. I think is going to be very, very close. Fianna Fáil are chasing a second seat with former Eurovision presenter Cynthia Ní Muracu, which I misspelled there, and I have to get a Eurovision reference in. She's been a problematic candidate is all I'd say. I don't think she's won many friends for herself during the campaign, but she has a lot of geography playing in her way. So I wouldn't rule her out. Then there's the second Fine Gael. Now there was talks at one stage of Simon Coveney going back to Europe. He didn't run, but they've run a very prominent Cork businessman called John Mullins. He is going to pull an awful lot of votes out of Cork City and the broader Cork area. How much appeal he has beyond that is open to question. And then there's 2 independents of very different types. There's Mick Wallace, who's obviously the next TD from Wexford, and former TD, got elected the last time quite soundly, quite safely. Again, like Claire Daly, he suffers from a lot of, I would say, self-inflicted bad media coverage. And then there's somebody who's come right into the mix in the last week, and that's Eddie Punch. Eddie Punch started as an independent, if you like, then became an independent Ireland's flag bearer in the last fortnight, and has really surged. He's done a good campaign. Started with a solid base. He's in the mix. That's all I will say. Now I'm going to put my prediction hat here, and I'm going to call an upset. This is the only one that I really don't agree with the bookmakers on. I think Fine Gael have a very, very good, strong chance of a second seat here. There's Fine Gael's vote in this part of the country tends to be quite solid and doesn't drift too badly, unlike their vote in Dublin, which can come and go. Mullins also has got the Cork vote, so he will be getting, if Kelleher gets a surplus, more of it I think will go to Mullins than will go to his running mate. And there are other Cork candidates further down the field, like Blythe and stuff like that, who may end up transferring to him because of Cork clannishness, if you like. I'm not going to offend Cork people on the call, but let's put it this way. Deirdre Clune started way down the field in the last election, and she got over the line, helped by a lot of Cork votes. So my prediction here is Kelly and Kelleher, absolutely certain. Funchion and McNamara, I would say, surprise if they don't make it. And for me, the fifth seat there goes to John Mullins, but I wouldn't rule out either Punch coming in at the last minute, depending on how transfer friendly he is, or Mick Wallace just holding on.
John, I'd be interested to hear your take on this one.
I don't agree with Keith. This is one of those ones where Keith thinks about these things in a different way than I do, and he may be right. The Cork vote may transfer, but like for example, Derek Blythe in those figures is a Cork candidate who is on course to take, if those figures are right, something like 18,000 votes. He may do better than that, but that's what those figures would roughly translate to. I think sort of 5-6% of the vote. I don't think many of those will be going back to John Mullins just because of who Derek Blythe voters are, which would tend to, I think, give Eddie Punch an advantage if that is the final trio. But also then with Mick Wallace, you've got to remember that you've got the Labour candidate, you've got the Social Democrat candidate, you've got Paul Gavin of Sinn Féin, who will send some votes in Mick Wallace's direction. You've got a people for profit person there. So that's why when I was calling this constituency in my predictions, I went with the exact same first four as Keith, but I slightly favoured Mick Wallace for the last seat, just because, there will always be a left-wing vote in this country. There are about 20% of the electorate in each constituency. They tend to transfer. I mean, just as people were saying, vote against the establishment, transfer against the establishment. So the left were saying, vote left, transfer left. And Keith hasn't mentioned Grace O'Sullivan. If she's not in the mix for that seat, then she'll have votes to transfer. And I think hers is a radical eco-left vote that is likely to favour Mick Wallace over the others as well. So order of eliminations and everything will be very, very important in these counts. But bear in mind that none of the four candidates who were both agreed on, who are going to get, we think, elected, have that left vote behind them, except maybe Kathleen Funchion. So if the best thing for somebody like Eddie Punch might be for the Sinn Féin vote to be low enough that actually Sinn Féin are hoovering up a load of those transfers and disadvantaging Mick Wallace. But yeah, I would be surprised if Fine Gael took 2 seats there, and I would take my hat off to Keith for calling it correctly. I think it will come down ultimately to a sort of, I think Eddie Punch is in the mix, but I slightly favour either Mick Wallace or indeed the sitting MEP Grace O'Sullivan for the Greens, if she's in a decent position on the first count.
Elaine, as objective as you can be.
There's 1 or 2 candidates there. I think Aintu will transfer to Eddie Punch, and I think Derek Blythe will have a huge impact on Eddie's transfers if he goes out. I think Derek Blythe has, he's after capturing a lot of people's votes, so let's wait and see how it pans out. But yeah, my money is definitely on Eddie Punch to take that last seat.
Derek,
I'll just say 2 things. Can I just say something very, very quickly on Derek Blythe, which is the reason I kind of flagged him. People might have heard me flagging him. I spoke to 2 people this week and a third person today. So there's 3 people in total. All of them sort of what you call moderate centre-right people, more sort of John McGurk sort of people than, let's say, Herman Kelly sort of people in terms of their attitude to the world. And all 3 of them were planning to vote some combination of Eddie Punch 1 and Michael McNamara 2, or Michael McNamara 1 or Eddie Punch 2. And all 3 of them told me this week, 2 of them before they voted and 1 today after he voted, that they went into the ballot box and actually decided they voted Derek Blythe number 1, thinking that his votes will transfer, but I want to send a message to the government. And so they voted for him number one. So I would not be surprised if he came in somewhere around the 6-7% mark and shocked a lot of people. I'll say this for the man. Of all the kind of populist candidates, he is the one who has, I mean, in fairness to Michael Leahy, you might say the same about him as well, but I think Derek Blythe is the one who has run the most traditional sort of campaign and has been most active in sort of meeting people on the ground and combined the online thing with on the ground activism, perhaps the best. So I don't think he'll get elected, don't get me wrong, but I think his vote might surprise people.
Does it have the potential to be a kingmaker, John?
Well, I think yes, but I think also the examples I gave you would strongly suggest to me that if and when he is eliminated, he will favour candidates like Michael McNamara if he hasn't been elected, or Eddie Punch ahead of the likes of Mick Wallace.
I know Derek, I was watching, I was obviously following all the candidates, but what was very interesting about Derek was that he put up a GoFundMe campaign. He was looking for 10,000 for his posters and things, and he filled that very quickly. So I don't know, again, how much you can use as an indicator. I mean, you know, that money mightn't be coming from within the constituency, blah, 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 but it shows he has a solid base.
But the flip side of that is, by the way, I was talking to somebody in Ken Brennan's neck of the woods who told me that they didn't think he would take a local election seat, that his chances were better in Europe than the local elections. And that can sometimes happen. It's a very difficult thing to do, to run a campaign both in a local, as Aisling, who's on the call, I think is doing the same for Aintu in Dublin. It's very difficult. You really have to pick one or the other. Which are you focusing on the most? So Derek could end up doing very, very well in the European elections and not perhaps as well in the local elections. Whereas if you look at somebody like Malachy Steenson in Dublin, Malachy Steenson, I don't think Malachy Steenson canvassed outside of his own local election area while being on the European election ballot. So there is that kind of trade-off that you have to make when you're one of those people running in both elections.
Yeah, I think Malachy was clever enough that he used the European campaign on European issues to help his local vote. I'm in North Inner City, which is his ward. I think Malachy won't do particularly well on the European front, but he's done an awful lot of postering within the ward, and I think he has a very strong chance of taking a council seat.
Keith, the one I'm actually, I have to admit, I'm most personally excited about, Midlands Northwest.
I was seeing people actually holding up ballot papers here up by their side to give a size of this ballot paper. I'm going to go on one of my hobby horses again. These constituencies are just too big. 14 seats. It's what I put into the recommendations in my personal capacity. I said it should be 2 4-seaters, 2 3-seaters, and it would have been far, far better. And this is just, I mean, going from Donegal to Kildare, going from Dundalk to Clifton is just it's just impossible to do a proper campaign on it. So I think in those situations, people with a high profile or people who are coming from very populous parts of the constituency are going to have an advantage. So this one is kind of wild. This one could go anywhere.
This one could be quite unpredictable, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I have only got one certainty in this. I think Luke Flanagan gets elected. Absolutely, no question. I think he's done a particularly good job on the debates. He's come across as he knows knows what he's talking about. Has a proven record. I would be very, very opposed to Ming on most issues, but he comes across as somebody who knows what he's talking about, likes the job, and has resisted the temptation to come back into international politics. And I think he's going to be another one of those candidates that may well get over the quota on the first count. It's only 16.6% up here, so he could actually get to that, or he'd be very, very close. Now, also on this, there's almost certainly one, but one only Fine Gael seat. They're defending 2. Maria Walsh is an outgoing MEP standing again. Nina Carberry is taking the seat that was won by Mairead McGuinness before she went off to be a commissioner. Now, McGuinness had a huge personal vote the last time. That won't be going Fine Gael's way this time. I think Fine Gael tried to, what I call the Two Lovely Girls campaign. It's, they seem to balance them where they're trying to get both of them to a certain point and where they could both get elected to hold their 2 seats. But I think pretty early in the campaign, they realized that there was really only 1 seat for them. And they went all in on Maria Walsh for the last fortnight. She's been on every debate. She's been given all the videos. Unless you're in the constituency or you know Nina Carberry, her campaign has been invisible outside of Midlands Northwest. And so Carberry was the favourite to take the seat about a month ago, but it's completely swung, and there's been an absolute rush of money on Maria Walsh, including me putting as much as I could on with Petty Power. So I have to be honest, I'm biased. If she takes the seat, I'm quids in on this one. So that's 2 seats. There absolutely should be a Sinn Féin seat. This is the only constituency where Sinn Féin won a seat 5 years ago. In my opinion, they've had a very poor candidate strategy here. Chris McManus is a designated replacement. He's been an MEP since Matt Carty, who won the seat, resigned to sit as a TD. Chris McManus, outside of Sligo and old-style Republican traditions, would be a virtual unknown, despite being an MEP for 4 years. And Michelle Gildernew is the current Westminster, or what wasn't until last week, the MP, Westminster MP, abstentionist MP for Fermanagh South Tyrone. Now, she's got caught in a tailwind here. Standing in the election here means that she can't, at the same time, stand in the UK general election. So she could end up not winning a seat here, and losing her seat, obviously, in Fermanagh South Tyrone. Now, these 2 candidates were balanced for most of it, the campaign, but McManus has pulled ahead of it. I'm looking at the Sinn Féin social media, and they're clearly trying to swing people towards Gildernew. I'm not sure if that's because to reward her for actually coming south of the border, or because they still think they can get 2 seats. But they definitely weighed in behind Gildernew. All the photo ops have had Gildernew in there. There is a Sinn Féin seat. Over here, there's only a gap of 12% here. I think that seat is an absolute toss-up. And if things go badly for them and they don't transfer well to one another, they could happen the unthinkable, and they could actually lose that seat. It would be, as I said, it's the only seat they won 5 years ago, and it would have been unthinkable that they wouldn't take it. But there is a possibility here, because I'm just 2 things I'm going to mention. Barry Cowan and Fianna Fáil, again, they've done a ridiculous strategy of running 3 candidates, all of them reasonably well known. Lee Shoffley, TD, Barry Cowan, former government minister, Lisa Chambers, well known in Mayo, surprised that she lost her Stornoway seat in 2020, and Niall Blaney, the senator from Donegal, who will do well locally and then not get any votes at all after that. There's a Fianna Fáil seat. Everything at the moment points to Barry Cowan taking that seat. I think they've made life difficult for themselves, particularly the very obvious row between Blaney and Micheál Martin, but I still think they have a seat. So that's 1 Fine Gael seat, 1 Sinn Féin seat, one independent. Now, seat 5. This one is basically throw, I think, 3 or 4 names in a hat and draw one out. There's still a chance Fine Gael could take a second seat, unlikely but possible. There's still a possibility that Fianna Fáil could take 2 seats, unlikely but possible. And there's an interesting thing here in that both Lisa Chambers and Maria Walsh are female candidates and from the Mayo. So if one of them goes out, there's going to be transfers going there that may go against party trends. Also in the mix, is Peadar Tóibín of Aidan. Now, I know a lot of people seem to think that Peadar Tóibín is going to take this seat. I don't. I think he's geographically disadvantaged. He's in the Meath West constituency, and it is just on the edge of it's not really Midlands, and it's certainly not West. The one thing he does have going for him is a very, very high public profile. Good Dáil performer, good in debates, solid pro-life credentials that we mentioned earlier on. So he has what I would call a USP, that unique selling point where he's different from every other candidate. The problem is that I think Peadar Tóibín gets to maybe 12%, maybe not that, 10% maybe at a good point. Where he gets transfers from, I'm struggling to see, because I don't think what I would call the centre right will transfer to him when they could transfer to Malooly. Some of them will go back to Sinn Féin on the nationalist side. So I don't think he gets that seat. I'm going to talk about Kieran Malooly, Independent Ireland, very well known, very popular in the Midlands, and very hard work. He's run a really, really good, solid campaign. For a first-timer, he's really, really been impressive. I think Malooly gets that seat because I think he is going to be more of a magnet for those right-of-centre independents and for the geographic area. In the Midlands is the best geographic area to come from. Yes, he's up against Barry Cowan, but it's and also he's got a huge, big player, Michael Fitzmaurice, who's Galway East Roscommon TD, one of the big three of Independent Ireland, has been doing a lot of work with him. Very popular locally in his own constituency, very popular in the rest of Galway as well, and in the Midlands. I think that's going to be the determining factor, and I'm therefore going to go with Flanagan. I think Walsh takes the Fine Gael seat because they put all the money into her. I think Cowan takes the Fianna Fáil seat. I think just about McManus takes the Sinn Féin seat ahead of Gildernew, despite all the Sinn Féin steering of the other way. I think Gildernew just doesn't have the profile within the constituency and came too late to it. And I'm giving the 5th seat to Malooly. So that's me.
John and Elaine?
I bored everybody.
I agree with him, first of all, that Luke Flanagan is going to get elected and elected comfortably. But I think Sinn Féin's performance, again, will be highly dependent, actually, on how well Luke Flanagan does. Because if he is close, Keith said he might get a quote on the first count. The better Luke Flanagan does on the first count, the better news that is for Sinn Féin. Because Sinn Féin are going to need... I'm not sure. I saw one poll that had them short of a quota between their two candidates. And they're going to need, therefore, votes coming to them from the left. Now, I think those votes from the left are going to go to Luke Flanagan before they're going to go to Sinn Féin. And when I'm talking about the left, I'm talking about, again, the Labour Party candidate, the likes of Rory Hearn, the Greens, Saoirse McHugh. I mean, there's going to be maybe 20, 30,000 votes floating amongst those candidates on the left that I think are going to be looking for a home when they inevitably go out. Luke Flanagan, the reason he's going to get certainly elected is because those votes are there, which he will take. If he doesn't need them, they'll benefit Sinn Féin. So watch that. That will be very important, I think, when Luke Flanagan is elected. And that's one of the funny things about counts. When people get elected, can actually impact the rest of the count. Because if Luke Flanagan needs those votes, Sinn Féin won't get them, and their job becomes more difficult. Where I have a disagreement with Keith, and I'm sorry to say this, Elaine might be upset with me for saying this, is that I would tend to favour Tóibín over Malooly in the battle for that seat between them. And I think there's actually a chance, if things go wrong for Sinn Féin, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that both could make it. Because Kieran Malooly has, I think, run a good campaign, but he has run, of all the candidates who might be put in that sort of basket of populist independence, he's been the one candidate who I don't think has mentioned the issue of immigration once in the campaign. It's not in his leaflets. Didn't mention it. Didn't and seemed at times quite eager to distance himself from that kind of thing, which I think will actually hurt him with the basket of votes that's going. And I think maybe 12% of the vote is going to go to John Waters, Herman Kelly, the other Dr. Gerald Waters, Michelle Smith, all these people who are going to get 1-2% of the vote each. They're going to matter. If their voters are smart enough to transfer, they're going to matter. And I think, while some of them may have issues with Peadar Tóibín, I think a lot of them may lean Peadar Tóibín before they lean Ciarán Mullooly. I also think Tóibín will do quite respectably if he's ahead of the Sinn Féin candidate that's eliminated first from those Sinn Féin transfers in a way that Ciarán Mullooly won't. So, and finally, I would point out in terms of the geography factor that Keith mentioned, Tóibín has I think he's actually quite well located in the constituency because there's so many votes in that sort of Dundalk, Drogheda, Navan, Cavan, Monaghan corridor, that side of the constituency, and I think people do vote regionally in these elections. So I think he'll do quite strong. And he's also one of those people. I've often said the problem with Peadar Tóibín is that he doesn't excite people. Like you logically, you listen to him and you agree with a lot of what he's saying, but you don't kind of feel that kind of like, geez, I got to run to the polls and vote for Peadar Tóibín thing. But I think Ciarán Mullooly has the same problem a little bit in that they're both kind of candidates that appeal to the head perhaps more than the heart, and therefore, but I think Tóibín will be slightly more transfer friendly. But then Ciarán Mullooly has that kind of, the big advantage he has is that everyone has seen him on RTE, right? So he'll have a particular appeal to that kind of generation of voters that've seen him for years on the RTE news. I think he'll get a lot of, if he's not getting number ones, he'll get a lot of sort of Fianna Fáil 1, Fianna Fáil 2, Ciarán Mullooly 3 kind of votes from that kind of voter. So it's hard to call. I think they'll both be more transfer friendly than people think. And I think there's an outside shot that they could both, between them, pip Sinn Féin to the polls. Sinn Féin have run a terrible campaign. I agree with Keith on this in Midlands Northwest. Chris McManus is a terrible candidate. There's also a factor that nobody talks about because it's not polite to talk about it, but Michelle Gildernew has come down from Northern Ireland to run in the Republic. And there's a cohort of voters who'll have a problem with that. There just is. And that is a factor that people, they say, well, she was an MP North of Ireland. What's she coming down to run here for? So I think Sinn Féin are actually, of all the constituencies, I think Midlands Northwest might be the one where they are most in trouble because they have two poor candidates. Their vote seems to be on a downswing, and I think in Tóibín and Mullooly, they've got two people who are going to both get a good first preference vote and be very transfer friendly.
Yeah. I'd agree with John, and I'd remind everybody of Fine Gael's great stunt 5 years ago, bringing down Mark Durkan to run in Dublin constituency, the former SDLP leader, and he absolutely tanked in the Dublin constituency. Basically, nobody wanted to know anything about him. They didn't care what he'd achieved in Northern Ireland. He could have turned water into wine in Northern Ireland. He just never took off as a candidate, and I think that's going to be Gildernew's problem. She's an affable lady, a good debater, but anything that she's achieved north of the border won't matter to most of the people in this constituency.
Can I just share a bit of intelligence that has come through to me in the last little while from Fine Gael source, actually? Obviously in the 347 years since this live stream started, the polls have closed.
We're going to be wrapping it up in 10 minutes.
The polls have closed, but also some detailed turnout figures have come through. And there's an interesting pattern in Dublin where Fine Gaelers are noticing that while the overall turnout is sort of the same as it was the last time, they're noticing a pattern where turnout is disproportionately up in working class areas and disproportionately down a little bit in middle class areas, which has them very worried. That's all I can tell you. So I'm noticing, for example, in Clontarf, which is obviously the bluest of blue blood areas, turnout they believe is down several percentage points. But in Artane, Whitehall, it's up 10%, and Donamead, it's up 5%. So that is just a little straw in the wind that may mean nothing or may mean a whole lot. We'll find out.
It might mean a lot. So can I show my predictions on?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Ming Flanagan, I'm throwing him out there as number one purely on the basis of he's independent, so let's put that there. Maluli, to me, is going to take the second seat. He's got a really, really strong agricultural farming vote, and that's going to bring, regardless as to whatever anybody thinks about his immigration policies are, he's got a Michael Fitzmaurice is an extremely well-respected, well-got TD, and there's a serious amount of work after going in on the ground in relation to getting him over the line. So I'm calling Flanagan, Maluli. I hope Maria Walsh suffers in this whole campaign because she's not as well liked, I think, as she thinks she is herself. I'm bringing her in as number reluctantly. I would bring Cowan in before her because you're in Cowan country, and the Cowan stronghold in Offaly is quite strong. So I would say Flanagan, Maluli, Cowan, Walsh, and I would say that the transfers are all going to go to Pater Tobin. That's my hope. And we deserve a little break in relation to where we're going with all of this. So that would be an ideal situation for me. And I think for most people in the country, that would be, let's see how it all transfers. I'm looking at the likes of Peter Casey and there's one or two others, a few of the others down the line are going to transfer, I reckon, to Aintu. I think Maluli will have done enough to get in himself before the bottom transfers are going to matter so much. So that's my prediction. And I know I've predicted 3 Independent Ireland MEPs, but you know what? If I didn't predict that, there's something wrong with the party, right?
That's right, Elaine.
Yeah, look,
Nobody's
can
here
I just say to support
Yeah,
Elaine?
we need to kick Keith out of here. Listen, Keith, nobody's here to hear about Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, blah, blah. Listen.
I think
It's called election night party, not election night downer, Keith.
Could I just say, just to support Elaine, I just one thing about Kieran Maluli is that in terms of being a no-name candidate running to people's doors looking for a vote and introducing myself to them for the first time and introducing Independent Ireland to them, more importantly, for the first time in probably 95% of cases, the one name that was most useful to me was Kieran's, because Michael Collins might be known by, I would guess, 1 in 6, 1 in 7 households knew who Michael Collins was. No disrespect to the man, but most people are normal. They're not watching Oireachtas TV, right? But I would say at least half, if not more, knew exactly who Kieran Maluli was at the last time. And you could see him relax. You could see his shoulders drop and say, okay, you're normal. You're not a weirdo. And what I will also say about the turnout, the observation of being made about the turnout being high in the C2DE's kind of a constituency is that's something my sister was saying to me, because she was stuck outside a polling station for a while earlier on today, and she did happen to notice. She's a keen observer. She's pretty sharp. She was actually asked to run herself this time as well, and she had a good sense to turn it down. But she would.
We lost punchline, Ken.
Rewind.
Ken, you dropped out on us.
Don't leave us.
I think. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there with the muting, but I was just saying that
not to run.
Yeah, my sister had the good sense not to run, even though she's smarter than I am. But she did notice that there was a very large turnout coming from one direction of the town and not the other, right? And she did make that observation to us in the family, and I thought that was intriguing. And it's interesting to hear that kind of confirmed by a little bit of intel from John as well in another part of the country.
Can I just say something as an observation here, if we are heading towards the end of the stream, which is that obviously I was quite harsh at the beginning of the event about the number of candidates running and the fact that there were issues with candidate strategy on what was right. But there are a lot of candidates who, unfortunately, I don't think are going to get elected tomorrow, who have nevertheless busted their ass for the last month. I mean, I'm thinking in particular like I'm just using him as an example, but I know Herman Kelly, who's the leader of the Irish Freedom Party, and Michael Leahy, who's their candidate in Ireland South, have both covered every corner of their constituency. I mean, if you look at John Waters' campaign, which has been kind of sort of esoteric, and you look at the energy that has been behind it, the number of those homemade posters that have been put up everywhere. If you look at the even the campaign, I mean, Peter Casey put up posters in Dublin. He traversed the constituency with his own sort of very distinctive message. If you look at somebody like Malachy Steenson, as I mentioned earlier on, is campaigning really hard. There are a lot of people who are not probably going to feature in, unless there's a shock, of course. Derek Blythe's another example. People who probably aren't going to feature for a seat, who nonetheless run really energetic, really good campaigns. And I think it's very important that not winning is not a sign of being a failure, but it is a sign. I think there needs to be a reckoning after this election and a serious sit down amongst a lot of people who share very similar views and say, look, why are we all working against each other here? This doesn't make any sense.
I would say
John, just on that. Sorry, just on that. I mean, if you think about it, all these candidates who have run, they've done all the groundwork to put themselves forward for a TD position in the next election. There's actually some great people in that group of that. In reality, we all know they're not going to get an MEP seat, but there's massive foundation then to run as a TD, and that's again why I go back to. I think it's really, really important that all of the new parties and new independents need to sit down and have a really, really long, hard look at themselves and would say look at the other counterparts and form some form of coalition, because nobody's going to be able to take this government down alone.
Yeah, there needs to be either a non-aggression agreement, you might call it, where you stand on your own platform, but you don't have any of the other parties standing against you, and everybody ropes in behind a smaller number of candidates.
100%.
A full unity, like the Shane Ross initiative, where you stand under one banner. Now, it's not for me to say which is the better option there, but there needs to be something like that. And one thing I will say is that people talking about the differences between all of these parties, if you don't think that Fine Gael is a merger of a whole load of different people with different opinions of various things, I mean, if you think that Kate O'Connell and former Flanagan, Charlie Flanagan, agree on everything, you don't know very much about them. The two main parties in this country, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, are so monolithic that they have been a magnet from people of all kinds of political persuasions. So that kind of coalition within a party is something that can also be replicated.
Pam and Nick, I'll give you the last words. If you have anything you would like to say prediction-wise, what you're seeing coming up over the weekend. You've stuck with us as well so long, so I would love to give you the floor if you would like it.
I haven't really heard an awful lot from the people on the doors about the EU elections at all. They don't seem to be that bothered by them, to be honest with you. Even when I've tried to bring it up and tried to sort of, because what I was trying to do on the doors as well was sort of encourage people to actually get out and vote. Because, of course, in Clare, we are very well populated with temporary visitors, and apparently the polling stations today were queued out the doors with temporary visitors. So I was sort of trying to get people to sort of turn up, but really the European elections didn't really come up. Me, myself, I made my choices today based on the bit of sort of investigation I've done. I wouldn't even hazard a guess. But the one thing I am curious about, I haven't heard anybody mention Una McGurk at all, and I'm quite curious. Is it because she's so far out of the running, or... But I just noticed that she wasn't mentioned at all this evening.
I think it's very difficult. I think it's very difficult, and I think this is where a little bit of realism needs to come into the campaign. It's very difficult to cover a constituency of Ireland South, which is at least, I think, is it 9 counties minimum, when you've no election posters at all. when you've no money for billboards, when you can't. I mean, on Post Office as a Service, where they drop a leaflet in through every door in the constituency, you have to pay for it, but it's there. When you can't afford those things, and people don't know. I said to Sarah Ryan, who people know is one of my closest friends in the world, who's running the Niall Boylan campaign, and she asked me for some advice at the start of the campaign, and I said the objective of any campaign, a campaign has just two objectives. That by the end of the election, every single voter knows that you're running, and every single voter knows what you stand for. And I don't think Una McGurk's campaign came close or had the resources to come close to accomplishing those goals. I think that the same is true of people like John Waters in Midlands Northwest. Same is true of people like Philip Dwyer to some extent in Dublin. I mean, if you can't meet those two goals, you're going to struggle to get elected. Now, maybe she shocks the world and tops the poll, but I don't see it happening. That's my rationalization there.
Just in relation to funding, just before, sorry, just because it came up earlier.
Yes, go ahead, Aileen.
There's if the European candidates can avail of, it's up to €74,000 back in funding for if they spend. Obviously, you have to spend whatever you're claiming back. The general election is around 8,900, so just under €9,000. Again, you have to spend it to get it back. But I don't think there's any money back for locals. I've looked it up a couple of times before tonight, not since tonight. But yeah, I think that's the locals are on your own back. So you have to get in, guys. Get in.
That's me on beans and toast.
On the general comment, just a general comment, like in terms of I often think, I've thought of it a few times, and this is like, I know I'm a member of Independent Ireland, and people are recruiting, and N2 are recruiting, and all the rest of it. But from what I understand, didn't Bertie give the independent candidates a leader's allowance as a wasn't there something about that? Yeah, but yeah, I understand that. Like the council is considered to be a 20-week job, but I'm talking about at the level of TDs. I mean, when you think about, I would bet you Fianna Fáil are grateful to Bertie to this day that an independent TD would have to consider giving up his leader's allowance to join another party.
Yeah.
The leader's allowance only applies to coalitions or groups that would have 5 TDs or more. So it doesn't. Yeah, it's not an automatic entitlement. So if you look at the rural independent TDs, there's 5 of them, and they would have some kind of an allowance there. And the leader's allowance is money, but it's not a lot of money. But it might be one staff member or something. But it also gives you speaking time in the Dáil. It's all dependent also upon the chairperson, as to whether or not they will allow you to have that. So party structure is completely different. It's an automatic entitlement once you get so many TDs over the line in a general election. That's why we need the structure of a party to bring good candidates, get them together, get them over the line. Let us have a voice. Mostly, let us be the strongest opposition initially, with a view to eventually taking over.
Yeah, you get elected first, though. The hard part.
Elaine has a very good point there. If you remember what we call the alphabet left, AAA, PBP, Socialist Party, whatever they're having this week, but they now have come in under a banner of PBP. They're almost all people before profit, bar Claire Daly and Mick Wallace. So they have coalesced. They've created critical mass now, so they get that funding.
Okay, I'm going to call a halt to this because I'm going to get a bad reputation as somebody who lets things go on and on and on. And so what I will do is, unless somebody now feels like they want to get something out of their system badly, I'm going to wrap this up. I'll say thank you to everybody who joined us as guests. It was a phenomenal lineup of people. We had party members, candidates from across the non-establishment spectrum. We had John McGurk and Elaine Mullally, who gave us in-depth interviews at the start and analysis. And I just want to thank everybody, because you're all politically involved. You've all campaigned hard, or if you're John, you know, you're covering this, Elaine running behind the show behind the scenes. Thank you all for giving up your Friday, this election night, to be here with us. And so, Aidan, I think we'll wrap it up before they start rabbiting on anymore.
Yeah. So, yeah, thank you very much, everyone. And sorry about the glitches at the start. Is one thing we could all do. Maybe consider a few people consider some headphones and a microphone and maybe a better internet connection sometime in the future. It'd be great. But what we have is we have a little piece of music to wrap up tonight, and just want to say thank you all very much. We've had over 5,053 people set eyes on you tonight.
Wow.
It's been really fantastic, and some of the comments are incredible. Some of them were not something I could put on the screen, but thank you all for your patience. Sorry about the glitches, and we'll go out with this song here.